Stream elements. King underscore Kiga is now live. Streaming games and demos. Live build. Flame Toys Furai model Leo Prime. Meredith Kirschman. Hey, I desperately need sleep. Sorry, I'll miss you. I'll check when I'm up.
Well, hello there, and welcome to. It's not Free Build Friday, it's not Time Together Saturday, it's just a live build. I don't have a fancy name. I thought about Time to Build Tuesday, but that's a little too much, a little too forced. So, it's just a live build. Today, as you may have gathered, I'm going to be building Flame Toys Furai model Leo Prime. If I get this in focus without knocking my cameras out of position, which is easier said than done, you'll see it in a minute. And you saw it on the slideshow. You'll see a lot of this. So yes, Leo Prime as a character is from the Japanese Beast Wars continuity. He first debuted in 1998's Beast Wars 2nd as the leader of the Maximals, or Cybertrons, as they're called in Japan. He is the successor to Optimus Primal from the storyline says they're from a distant future, I believe. I don't know. I need to double check the Japanese lore. I don't know. The Beast Wars anime were produced to fill time, basically, while they're waiting on the American Beast Wars series to finish airing so they could dub it. So they did. They made some anime shows, and Leo Prime here, or Lio Convoy as he's known in Japan, was the leader. And so now I have a model kit of him. He's really cool design. And I have a model kit of him. It does not transform, but it's just a model kit, and I'm going to be building it. So let's get in. Dig in. There we go. Make sure my focus. Okay. Just made a bit of fine tuning there. Okay. And of course that is immediately we need to do some fine tuning here on the angles. Make sure that's all tightened. Okay. Here we go. So, inside the box, you get. So first of all, it's a big box. This is bigger than any of the S&P kits I've built. As far as the actual size, I don't know how big it's going to be. We'll find out. But this is the box. I forgot to share my thing with one place. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, same with Facebook. That's fine. Forgot to share myself in one place. That it is kind of important to share myself. Did that knock it? Of course it didn't. That'd be too easy. Put this here. There we go. Okay, now then. And in the Discord. All right. Finally shared it everywhere I need to. Let's do this. Whoop. So if you're just joining me, this is Leo Prime, front, back. Let's get this bad boy open. I've already taken off the shrink wrap, so inside we have instructions and some frames and some bags. Take a picture of this. No, whatever. Doesn't matter that much. Almost too much for one table, one measly table. We shall just have to see. An actual cloth cape there. tags aren't numbered or anything, so I'll just arrange them to the best of my ability. Let's go off the content.
Space Policeman. I will use your experience building this as a preview of how the Furai model MMPR Megazord will be.
Sounds good. I'm happy to be a guinea pig, because I'm curious about these kits. Like I said, some of them look good, some of them don't, but I'm curious, and we shall see how they are. A lot of sprues here. Let's see. A1. Actually, I'll probably open this. It might have some instructions, some guide on what sprues to use. And when it does come with some stickers, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, a decent amount, a couple of stickers. It's not a whole lot. I definitely see the maximal sigil is one. We'll see what else. Like some paw print details. Just tell me. No, it just lays out the parts. Okay. Okay. 2A1. This is very intricate. At least it's in color. Alright. Keyboard back. Yes, let's switch to tablet mode. That's fine. Put that there. That blocks the camera. I'm a dumbass. No, it doesn't. Should be fine. Tell me if the view is obstructed. This should be fine. Need a bigger table. D H. Put that cape in the bag. Lots of G's and H's. There's an A2. Curious about the numbering of the sprues. Doesn't seem to align with anything I can determine right now. We shall see. It's a nice, okay, there's a C, C1. This is H2, a lot of H's, D, H1, H2, G, yeah, my table's not going to be big enough for all this. E, E, lots of F's, lots of E's. Trying to figure out how I can get more table space. And I guess I can just use this off to the side that you can't see. This is, you can't even, yeah, I'm going way off screen now. I haven't even started the build. C, D, E. Where's my F's? Where's F's? All the red stuff. And I. F1. 2 times F1. And F2. There's my G. G1 at least. Oh, I've got more B's, damn it. A lot of frames. A lot of frames. I'll put the duplicates on top of each other to save some room there. B1, B2. That actually does help a lot already. Okay. C, D, E, F. C3. I haven't found C2 yet, have I? This is G2 and 3. F2. C1. C was a small one, wasn't it? C3. I should have a C2. I don't see. There it is. Okay, that's C2. I don't know why they're just making whatever. Maybe they ran out of letters. I don't know. Might correspond to the part of the body they make. I don't know. E, F. Where's my G? G1. G2. G3. H. 1 and 2. I 1, 2, and H3, and then I 1, 2, and 3. That's a lot of sprues. I'll take a picture. So that is all the frames. So I know the camera stops here. There's a whole row off camera that you can't see that I'll be using. And also this and the stickers. Let me get those back up here. And the instruction manual, just for posterity. And then we can actually do this thing. Okay. Now, what do I actually need at any given time? There's a knife. That's a knife. Okay, got 2A2, 2A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, C3, D, E1, 2, F1 times 2, check, F2, G1, 2, G3 times 2, H1, yeah, I1 times 2. Yep, okay. We're all good. I'm going to start with frame E and mix it with A. So yeah, we're starting off right there in the middle. And let me get some entertainment going. Alright, it's going to be full screen mode. It's been tablet mode. Damn it. Get out of tablet mode.
This video is made for adult collectors because...
Alright.
So we've done a top 10 best, and I do recommend you check that video out. It'll be linked in the description, but all those toys, highly recommend. These, not so much. Now, doing my top 10 worst was very difficult because I didn't get a lot of figures this year that were genuinely horrible. I don't buy the ones that I know I'm not going to like. Sure, I might get disappointed by something, but I try to steer clear of that unless it was like a couple of figures you saw this year I bought simply because I knew they were bad. But yeah, I didn't get a lot that was sort of, you know what I mean? So the first half of this list is going to be figures that I'm not horribly mad at, I'm just slightly disappointed in. And then the last half of the list will be, like, from 4 to 1 will be the toys I genuinely dislike.
Alright.
Like toys I would definitely not recommend you buy. So let's just get into it. Number 10. Yeah, Core Laserbeak. Mine's got like issues. The pegs don't like to stay in place. I think I need to thicken them
that's
up
tight.
for sure. I just haven't.
It's not
going to
be coming
yet.
out,
He doesn't
but
stand. Even if you have to like manipulate his thighs in order to get him to stand properly, and it looks weird when you do that. Plus, the backpack on mine likes to fall off, and the arms like to fall off. It's a case of you need
That's
to
not
make
coming
sure
out.
everything's lined up properly before you slam the chest down. But if you're just off by a slight
E110.
millimeter, it falls off, and it can be annoying. I'm not the only person with this issue. I know a lot of people have the toy and don't have issues, but you know, then a lot of people do. So there's that. I made a short on this guy, and the whole thing was satire, and nobody understood that. Like, most of my shorts are just for laughs. That's it. So don't take them seriously. But yeah, Core Laserbeak, he's on here. I don't think he's worth the $16 Canadian price that he's worth over here. Number 9.
21.
Yeah, I'm not even taking this thing out of its box. Robo-San Optimus Prime is just not for the average Transformers fan. Cutting in here just to show, yeah, I haven't actually, like, touched this in a while. Just clean all that off. Because there's really...
1821, E110.
He's very big, doesn't fit with anything, can't stand up by himself in either mode, and is $1,000 US. That is a lot more disposable income the average Transformers fan wants to spend on one toy. That's way too much. It's not even a toy, it's a robot. And the whole party trick thing of it kind of wears off after a while. Like, I had to get that video out at a certain time as soon as I got it. So if I had to wait and make the video now, my opinion in that would probably be very different. I have nothing against Robo-Sen. They sent this to me, and, you know, they're great. They're wonderful people. They were a joy to communicate with and whatever. It's just the product is just not for... It's targeting the wrong people, I think.
Very much so.
Unfortunately, I think that's going to hurt it, especially considering it went up $350 in price. Number 8. So I was going to say this thing because he sucks, but then I realized I got this guy in October of last year, not this year. So we're subbing in. We're subbing in that.
Say Bumblebee.
He sucks. Yeah, of the box set figures, Bumblebee is probably the worst because his color matching sucks. His feet don't doesn't want to stay tabbed in. He doesn't like standing up, and my friends have already
Is there an
broken
arrangement
the
to this?
doors on
Yes.
him, which is great.
Mine is
And
missing a
Fur's
door.
just turned on right next to me. Love that. It's not a fun figure, and of all the box set woes,
Okay.
this thing is probably the biggest woe of the entire set. Number 7. Yeah, clear plastic Prime is also staying in his box. It's cool. I love having it because I need it for my DVD exclusive shelf, and I have not actually bought any more DVD exclusive stuff since the last video I made on them, but I need to get more, and he's part of that collection, so he's staying here forever.
That's what I
But
use the other one
scares the hell
for.
out of me. Transforming that thing, if you haven't seen the video, it'll be linked below. Ooh, it was a, you get to watch me struggle with that. It is so fragile and scary, and he lives in the basement because the temperature doesn't fluctuate as much in the basement. So he lives there.
Right.
He's fine, I guess. Number 6. Yeah, Leader Class Revenge of the Fallen Megatron without the upgrades. I still haven't bought them yet.
There's
because
upgrades for
I
that
haven't had
thing?
a chance to go back to that store. That, and I just got charged for Death Saurus, so I'm not going to go buy anything right now.
Mode.
But, yeah, he's
That's a
on this
mode.
list. He's not fantastic. He's if you have any other
E19.
decos of him that look nicer, then I think he's a much better toy. But this stock United States deco sucks, and he's just not the of all the leader classes I have. He's one of the ones I mess with the least. Him and Last Night Megatron. I don't like either of those two. Number 5. Alright, now we're into the top 5, and this is the last figure on this list I would still recommend you buy if he's on sale, but Dark of the Moon Leader Class Megatron from Studio Series. This specifically is the ride version, but the only difference between this and the other one is the deco and the lack of Cloak and Igor, and I don't like this toy. It looks fine in robot mode, and it looks alright in alt mode with the little plane, but getting it in between those two modes is such a annoyance.
Okay.
Getting
They
the
didn't
arms
illustrate this
lined up,
well.
the trailer fit into place, the legs to
Okay,
their
okay.
thing. It's just not fun.
Make sure,
Not to
I want to
mention
make sure I'm on
my-
camera here.
My
I'll probably
figures,
pull that
like
up.
back legs, don't like to tab in at all. It makes it even more annoying. So I picked this up because it was on sale, and that's what I recommend you do as well. If you find it for cheap, then buy it.
Yeah, okay, I'm
Otherwise,
still on
I
camera.
would just
Let me know if I fall off camera at any
Number
point.
4. Now this is where we get to the point where I say just straight up don't buy these. Iron Factory Drift. I very
Yuck.
much wanted to love this toy because it was a Legends class movie toy, essentially. It is a movie decoed Drift. And he turns into the movie car, the Bugatti type shape thing, and I wanted to love this thing. But the
It's attached to
hip skirt's not staying in place.
E121.
The parts forming pieces that
This
have
piece.
nowhere to go, parts forming piece that has nowhere to go in robot mode. The lack of instructions on how to put all those bits on him, the swords being very flaky and weird. He's just not, and his transformation's not fun. Like, I don't enjoy any part of this toy. I don't enjoy messing with it. I don't enjoy transforming it. I only have it in car mode because I think that's the best looking mode. And even still, it's covered in hinges, and it looks weird. This, at least mine, is a floppy mess, and I don't like it. Number 3, the classics van mold. Just any of them. Don't get it. You want the Shattered Glass Soundwave? There's a new
Okay,
one
so
that
this is
just
going to be
came
the
out.
upper body.
I still like this
Put
toy just because of how goofy it is, and I can laugh at it. Like, I still get enjoyment out of it because I can laugh at it. And that's the reason I keep it around.
2.
It's not fun. It falls in half. It looks like it's gotten a car accident. His face is blue. He's looking down. He's got a weird torso section. He's got gaps. Things don't click in properly. The weapon is stupid. He's got no 5mm hands. It's just a very weird toy. If he's like $5 and you want to get him to experience it, then you would get him, like I did. Otherwise, don't, just avoid it. Number 2.
G1. Shit.
This is another one I keep
Classics,
on just laugh at.
Universe
Also,
Galvatron.
I totally thought I had sold this, but apparently I didn't. Universe or Generations Galvatron or whatever the hell this thing's called, I don't remember. All those years blend together. He definitely needed to be bigger. He definitely needed to be a Voyager, and he was supposed to be a Voyager, but
G1, 4.
budget reallocations and stuff made him a deluxe, and it's very unfortunate. I would love for them to try this again, to try a Galvatron that turns into a tank again, but chances are they're probably not going to do that because they're so stuck on doing accurate to G1.
Yeah,
stuff,
they won't
so
do that
who
now.
knows? But it sucks. Arm launches off, panel on the chest doesn't peg in, feet are all fucked up. It's got weird proportions, strange asymmetry.
And
The tank mode's really nice.
C2.
The spider tank mode is really stupid.
7.
And also not worth more than just $5. Number 1. Now, the last two were terrible, but I like them because they're funny. This just isn't funny. This straight up just sucks. Universe 2008 Hotshot is a floppy clusterfuck mess that I do not enjoy. I leave him in
wrong
car
direction.
mode because that's the best looking mode. Even that looks pretty terrible. His minicon is going straight to the Legacy one when he releases because I am not, no. He's going in the bin, not the trash bin, but like the bucket. Yeah, that's where he's going. He's going to live there.
Got a chest.
Everything falls off. The panels on the shoulders are weird. His articulation sucks.
Piece
His
F2
minicon
dash
doesn't
2.
stand. It doesn't plug into
His
vehicle
back.
mode properly. It's just weird. But I don't like Universe Hotshot. There's no way I would actually recommend you buy this. Get the original. Get the Legacy. There's two better versions of it. Hell, I would recommend Energon Hotshot over this thing.
Jesus.
I don't like Energon Hotshot. But yeah, that was my top 10 worst figures of this year. Again, there weren't a lot of bad stuff this year. Like, a lot of the stuff we got was pretty good.
6.
And there's still things that came out this year that I want to get. Like, the biggest thing I want to get is YOLO Parks Model Kit Optimist. That thing looks
That's a
sick.
tiny little
But
piece there.
As for next year, do I think we're going to get any stinkers? Of course. But I think it's going to be like this year, where we're not going to get a lot. But let me know what your top 10 worst figures were in the comments below. I'll be very curious to see that, as well as your best in the last video. But yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for watching. I again don't know how to close this off, so I'm just gonna go edit this now and eat chips. Probably just regular chips. Ooh, unless we have barbecue. Okay, bye.
Interesting. That little detail wouldn't be... There'd be a sticker on most kits. Where's that Theo video? There we go. Never a bad time for Theo.
Well, hello there, my festive friends. My name's Theo, and welcome to the backup Christmas video. Because, okay, here's what happened. I had fully intended to get a nice, big, chunky review out. Several bots, loads of fun. Thought it'd be perfect for Christmas. I've done tons of graft on it. I've produced a load of material. I designated a block of time in December where I could focus up and get it finished. And then I got sick. It hasn't happened. It's going to have to be a January one. And in the meantime, what do you say? We settle in and simply open some prezzies, right? That's pretty crimbo. Oh, look at this. Goodwill to all me. See, I didn't really want to be doing my third damn it open in a row as a Christmas special. But like the last couple were weird ones, right? There was a Hasbro one, then a HasLab one. We haven't heard from the P.O. box for a minute. So let's see what's up. In Crimbobular style. We got prezzies, we got a Christmas jumper, festive palette, got one bit of tinsel on the Skywarps. Yes, it's pink. Just be grateful I'm not wearing it. Yeah, you know what? I feel pretty crimbo. But first, he's got the pan out. We have a few things to clear up. Congratulations to Patimus Prime 6636 for winning the Studio Series Ironhide giveaway. That's right, my friend. Really hope you enjoy it. Love that toy, and I'm never going to talk about it again. It'll show up in the next one. There's probably one in here. And I must say a big thank you to Adam over at Hotel Chocolat, who hit me up after one of the streams, and he's like, oh, I need some chocolate. So he's hooked me up with a great big selection pack that I'm saving for the big day, and also a little penguin that I've already eaten and was delicious. And also Adam's family just welcomed a little daughter into the world, so that's pretty cool, right? Nice one, Adam. Love to the family. Cheers for the chocks. And with that, let's Jesus. Let's open with this handy one that I definitely didn't wrap 5 minutes ago and bring straight up here. Opening boxes for the entertainment of strangers. Couldn't be me. Oh, it feels like Christmas morning. See ya. Okay, first one then. This has come from the US of A, looks like. Shelby Coulter, I know you. Yes, this is a regular viewer and writer-inner. We've been in touch a couple of times. Look at this. Spoilers? Not spoilers. That's what we like. Classily done. Phew, hopefully this doesn't get lost in the sewer. Included are a couple of bots that I ended up with. I'm passing them on
tiny
to you,
pieces.
Or perhaps they are toy-fillable. It's always a good alternative. Spirit of giving and so on. Thanks for everything. Love and peace, Shelby. Oh, nice one. Oh, thank you, Shelby. That's very thoughtful indeed. Let's see what is in this book.
Okay.
We have some manner of
Now let's put these all together.
Scorponok. Was this the guy that
It's going to be Blackout or Grindor, isn't it? But I don't know which version that is. I'm pretty confident we'll soon find out. And a selection of weapons from, looks like Siege, Netflix, Bumblebee, Cliffjumper, some version of that. Colours are quite swindly. I don't really know who that could belong to whom that could belong, sorry. Little sausage of bubble wrap we have. Oh yes, I think
supposed to go in.
Transformers Cyberverse
There we go.
Legends class Leo Prime, right? Like, it's definitely Leo Prime, but I'm not sure if this is a Cybertron. It's Cybertron and Universe. It's difficult not to say Cyberverse. We literally
And
have
then
a part
piece
of
E1
15 syllables that get
19
recycled, don't we? Roboverse, Cyber
to make
Disguise.
the
But this is Leo
neck.
Prime. I'm pretty sure this was Leo Breaker. There was definitely a Razor Claw version of this. I have it in the back. Look at these claws. Very Predator style. Oh, that's pretty sweet, isn't it? Little white lion man. A lion man. You know, I very nearly put a Lion Man gag in the Victory Saber video. That old reality show Lion Man about the conservationist. But I cut it out because I didn't think anybody would ever get it. Like, I know he's a lion man. A lion man! But that's giving him bull energy. And then Gav of TRDQ goes and makes that exact joke. So clearly Lion Man had some impact culturally. But that
okay,
is
this goes in
Universal
there.
Cybertron Legends Leo Prime.
Oh, I see.
Gorgeous
That's
beefy man lad,
interesting.
kind of a polar bear vibe. It's a little bit crimbo. Gold and grrr. No sign of a blackout. I'm sure I can provide my own later on Christmas Day. But we seem to have... Oh my gosh, it's Goldbug! Yes, I was quietly hoping that a Goldbug of some description would show up. Because I keep getting, like, people's cast-offs from the 4-pack, the Creatures Collide 4-pack. I've had a couple of Sky Wasps. Ransack showed up the other day. I think those all took place during streams. So it's very nice to have Goldbug to go with that, because I love Goldbug. Done it. But yeah, like, I enjoyed Earthrise Cliffjumper enough on his own terms, but then the Siege version came out as an actual Volkswagen, which I never thought would happen. And it's kind of lovely. I love a VW Beetle, always have done, always loved Goldbug. Been a big year for Throttlebots. Oh my
Alright,
word.
so that's that done. Let's make a main.
Goldbug. Look at this lad. Let me get my Goldbug. This is my second
D2
Goldbug. I
and
dropped one down a storm
D10
drain
and
when I was a
D14.
kid, although it wouldn't really, I couldn't drop it through. I had to like push it through. I was like 3. I couldn't conceptualize the idea of not being able to get it back, so I just dumped it down the storm drain quite aggressively. So this was my replacement Goldbug, and he's very dear to me. Learned a lesson about responsibility and taking care of things, I suppose. But also, he's adorable. The Throttlebots are so good, man. Perfect.
2, 10, 14. Okay, they're all lined up for me. That's convenient.
Legit modern upgrade of that. Courtesy of Shelby at this very special time of year. Massively appreciated. Love that. Thank you so much, Shelby. It does still have the issue with the backpack. The little tiny handle in there. Very difficult to coax out. It can be done, but it ain't easy and it ain't any fun. So I'm going to blob that in there and it's never coming out again. Goldbug! Oh, I love him. I love his stupid little blue face. What a legend. That is very special indeed. So Shelby, thank you for the
Smush these
fabulous
together.
Goldbug lad and the little lion man and bonus scorpion. Why not? I will never turn down a bug. I do hope your festive season shall be a nice one. God. Whose dad am I? God rest ye merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay. Oh, let's keep this momentum going with another
Alright,
present
and then
from,
this goes
somebody.
into
It's got
the
Avengers
neck
on it, 'cause I've been trying to use up this wrapping
like
paper
this.
since 2020. Hey, comments.
Alright.
What's your favourite Christmas film? I think it's fair to say the Die Hard discourse has landed in a place where Die Hard is an acceptable answer, right? It's not the actually answer anymore. It's just a legit Christmas film. I am not ashamed to say that I have watched Muppets Christmas Carol more than once this week.
1 and
That's one, right?
13.
Light the lamp, not the rat. They found the old song, they put it back in. It's brilliant. It's complete now. Not a great song, but it's in there. Oh, God, an absolute stink the other night, though. Last Christmas, I was just looking at, like, the Christmas category in the streamings and things. And my girl's like, oh, let's put on Last Christmas. You'll love that. I'm like, all right, then. Because I'm a trusting fool and I enjoy Christmas schmaltz. And it's a movie based around that Wham song and, like, Like, there's loads of George Michael in it. So, okay, in my mind, it was going to be like, you know, that movie Yesterday. It's kind of a stupid idea, but it's a nice vibe. It's just like a love letter to the Beatles as a movie. I thought it was going to be that, but with George Michael. But it turned out simply to just be a shit film. Like, Emilia Clarke's in it, Michelle Yeoh's in it. I'm like, that's pedigree. I swear my girl just wanted me to watch it so she'd see the face I made when they revealed the plot twist. I suppose perks of dating a YouTuber. Oh, reactions. But I was livid. I went in with an open heart, right? I thought it was going to be a cute little rom-com with some George Michael in it, but it turned out to be the most contrived piece of shit I've ever seen. I should have known right when it started. Like, it opens with a flashback to Yugoslavia, 1999. I'm like, wait a second. Yugoslavia broke up in 1992, and then the whole rest of the movie is referred to as the former Yugoslavia. Like, decades after the fact, are we still calling it that? Wouldn't you be like, yeah, we're from Croatia? But it's like written and directed by Emma Thompson, who cast herself as an elderly Bosnian woman, so she could, like, piggyback on somebody else's generational trauma, and also say penis in a Borat voice. That's all she wanted to do. Please watch it. It's such shit.
I'm curious now.
Here is a box. Very
All right.
thoughtfully written. Few items. Christmas Dammit open submission. Is that what it is? Immaculate.
Oh, shit.
Quite hefty. Feels like
I was supposed to put this in the middle first. That's what I get for not paying attention to my own instructions.
Has gorgeous handwriting. 10 on 10 for presentation. And the wrapping. Wow. Let's bang on in there. Oh, you're kidding me. You are actually kidding. No way. No way. Oh.
Didn't like the sound of that.
Yes! Oh, look at this! Merry Christmas, Phew! I'm gonna have one now. It's, what was his name? Pew Pew! Pew Pew! Yeah, that guy fighting Futurama Santa with, what the heck? Bender and Sonic, and is that McFeely? It's Craig! Yes, Craig did this. This is from the Millers, it's gotta be! Yeah, it is! Let's go! Oh, we're practically family at this point. That is the tidiest handwriting I've ever seen in my life. Look at that. Phew, Merry Christmas. Hope you and yours have a lovely festive season. As you'll have gathered, this card was drawn by Howlin' Craig Munro. He was a little worried that he'd become known as the guy that draws Transformers YouTubers. The idea was mine, down to the cameo of Chris Fists McFeely. Have I missed a gag there? Lovely to meet you at TF Nation. Hope you and the crew had a fine old time. We did. You saw us. We were steaming. Signed to you and Miller.
All right.
Felix here.
Got that undone. Let's...
It was a dream come true.
Okay.
Alright.
So this...
It's just a fat guy. Easily one of the best moments from the entire convention. Merry Christmas and roll out from
There we go.
Miller. Oh, you guys. You guys.
Alright.
The whole carpet door saga and the continuing
Now,
thought and effort that you
I
put
can put
into
that in there.
making me feel like a special boy. I don't deserve it. Cannot emphasize how lovely that is. I'm going to pop this in here so it's safe. And let's get out some violent men. Whoa, awesome. Is this a new one? This is a third party, quite lovely looking Psykill. Yeah, KFC Toe Cutter. Yes, big Psykill. He's been in the news recently, showing up on Guardians of the Galaxy for a new generation of GoBot memes. Yes, heavy metal.
All right.
This is KFC. This is
This goes in the back of the neck.
Kibble, old school. I don't know if this is
That's a hell of a neck scruff he's got going on there.
Yeah, I guess so. Still on it, baby. Yeah, I did a few reviews of these back in the day.
Okay.
Friggin' Transistor, their blaster, which
And this all comes in. Okay. It's coming together. Oh, I should probably attach this.
Coming up with great band names here.
Well, it says I should attach this first, but I feel like I should attach that.
It's called Toe Cutter. It's like, just the reaction, like, we don't need another hero. Is that your Tina? Funny, actually, because I did back in the, I think I've still got the box. Yeah, right here.
I'm
I
gonna
had the first
pop
review
that
on
off.
Scorpionator. This was KFC. Sid actually asked me to do this in person. And the box is just full of, like, gags about Sting. I'm the king of pain. Every move you make. Lots of Sting gags. And I actually ended up making a terrible Pokemon tribute song out of Winds of Change by Scorpions. Because all I was thinking about at the time was Scorpion puns. And Pokemon Go had just come out. So what was it? Chansey, Drowsy Magikarp, and Onyx. Honor Night. And I actually thought about doing the follow-up to that with that song. We will need Arena Firo.
Ow.
Anyway, should we pop him out? Yeah, with all the
I'm gonna pause this for a sec so I can focus. This is a very, very strange picture. This is some small ports, small plugs, and they go in at a weird angle, and the back of this headpiece, of this hairpiece, is blocking it. Okay. That's in. That's not coming out. That is not coming out ever. I feel that's going to be a theme of this build. That's going in and it's not coming back out. All right.
I've actually been thinking about doing a little video about him, because I have the Action Toys version, which is shite. I have the original Super GoBots version, which is great. And
Okay.
I've got the
That's the torso
Action
done,
Robo
and that's going to
DX.
sit off to the
Is it
side for a
Action
bit.
Toys DX? I forget, from Andy, and that's brilliant. So with the addition of this KFC Tokata,
Body
might be
unit,
time.
waist unit,
There's another version called
F23,
Soulmore, wasn't there? I
C23.
don't know much about that one. Beautiful motorcycle. I just dropped so much stuff. Oh, I love Psykill. He's so good. He's so mad all the time. Big square bloke. Oh, listen to that. Ooh. Gorgeous musical click. You know, Psykill is actually short for Cycle Killer. God, this is so KFC, this. Chunky macho version. Apocalyptic man. Pointy shoes. Plenty of teeny tiny components. We got little plugs or whatever. Wing mirrors.
C23,
I'm pretty sure that's going to be a clobbering
yes.
staff, isn't it? I'm not touching these right now. There's no way.
The
I'm not in a position of
A2-4.
precision right now. So instead, we shall simply admire. Ooh, he's got long, weird Hanna-Barbera.
Ooh, that's a tiny,
fingers.
tiny piece.
What kind of a trip seeing this show up in the Marvel universe? Because it's all, oh, GoBots are canon now. I just don't see a day where GoBots will be anything other than a punchline. And that's kind of all right. At least they're still involved in some capacity. At least they're still acknowledged with a degree of sort of affection. I think we're past the days of, oh, they're just shit Transformers. I think those days have long faded, and we're now into the position of they're the funny guys, which is fine. I'm going to pop that off, actually. They seem to be in good stead. They've found a place that isn't just derision constantly. There we go, mate. You belong to me now. Here we go. This is original Super GoBot Psykill, and we forget, don't we, that his wheels live on the back. It was originally the smaller GoBot one that had the shoulder wheels, and it's a cool look. It's a good design feature. It's very distinctive. So it is weird that this quite nice vintage toy of him simply doesn't have that. But yes, big Psykill, Cycle Killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? The spiky wheels. Is that a Junkion reference? Or is it how he appeared in Megatron Origin? Getting stabbed. Oh, it's funny, isn't it? Oh, this not quite aligned chest light is bugging me stupid. You know what? That's cool. Thank you, Millers, for yet another lovely prezi. Good to see KFC still at it. Very buoyed by this fact. KFC is still out there crushing it. I'm going to need a little more time with this thing to figure out how it works exactly, but it does have a wonderful feel. Smooth knees, nice gentle ratchet, plenty of posability, plenty of die cast. This is a thing.
And this
toy
goes
people
in
do
the
now, isn't it?
back
Just smack it with a
here,
pencil and be like, oh, that's
just to
shit,
make the
that
two
is.
yellow
But yes, KFC
dots
Tokata,
on his...
plenty more to discover here. Ba, 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 ba. Bit more in here. We have a art print of the same artwork from the card. Yes, mate. Big frameable version, which I will add to the incredible stockpile of art that you lot have sorted out for us.
That's interesting.
And I was right, we have some kind of book. Hey, it's this thing again. I had the one of this from last year. It's like an artwork book of, or rather a photography book with some artwork on it of all the hottest products from Takara.
H110, and then
last
some
year.
eyes.
This is the 2022 version. Yeah, Transformers Alliance. What's that? Is that some kind of game? These are definitely CG models. Don't recognize this character at all. It's a funny one to throw in with like Wheeljack and Brawn. Ooh, big Star Saber, yes. Still not crazy about Star Saber as a character, but as a toy, makes a lot of sense. Who is that? Is that like Zasalamel? This is going to be like game original characters. But what is Transformers Alliance? That's a new one on me. Some kind of Japanese exclusive mobile game that I'll have no chance of playing. But we've had a lot of game stuff showing up recently, right? We had like the cancelled heavy metal, like mobile, like a Pokemon Go, but for Transformers, that was cancelled. But some of the models have come out and they look pretty decent. A bit generic, but solid. But there's been rumours about a new full-fledged game? Maybe that's what it is, Transformers Alliance. I don't know. No. Rebuilt, reactivated. Transformers Reactivated, which has no Transformers in the trailer. Just some kind of POV, you alright mate, sort of to camera acting with some just people. Indecipherable
First
Cloverfield-esque
empty
action.
frame.
Very Titanfall vibe more than anything, I thought. Seems a lot like the kind of game that somebody was already developing and they're like, hey, why don't we make this a Transformers thing? Slap a brand on it. Yeah, here we go. Star Saber, Victory Leo, fact file, plans, and so on. I love this kind of stuff, man. I love it. Yes, whole thing about... Is it
Get the right pieces here.
That he's called?
H1, 2, yes.
I wonder how he's sold. I wonder how he's performed in the marketplace. Hey, we got like mangas, got the train bots and Nightbird kicking off in some kind of story. This looks like
And
original
H110.
character
These are the right
art for
pieces.
train bots. It looks like this is the basis
think
for
the
a lot of the toy designs.
art's
basis
just a little
for
bit
the
off
character
here.
designs from the toys. Ah, there's my guy. There's my guy Suican up there. Not sure how I feel about how the masterpiece looks for this fella. There's a lot of
Okay.
a lot of mess going on, but I'm still intrigued. I'll still probably end up buying it. There's no way I'm doing the whole Raiden. There's no way I'm going in on all of it. But I'll probably do Suican. Ah, wonderful. I'm going to pour through this for hours.
Alright.
Okay. What's that called when you take any design and turn it into a anime lass? What is that? Don't even tell me. I don't care. Thank you so much, gang. This is just lovely. I'll sit and have a good look at that.
Okay, that makes
when I've
that.
got it out free. And,
That's the abs.
Family Traits by Itsuki
And
Ryusuke
H14.
and Thomas Romaine. The fantastic bestiary of the... Yeah, that's right. Look, check it out. On the left, we have, like, simple kid drawings. And on the right, the amazing sort of manga creations that the kid's dad turned them into. Yes. Oh, brilliant. I've seen this online on, like, viral posts. You won't believe what this father did. I'm glad that these got collected in a book, actually, and published. And not just, like, buzz-fed to death. That's the past tense of BuzzFeed. This is a very online book. Oh, these are so
Lots of B1s here.
All right, good place to start. Here we have the... the
14,
before and
5,
after.
5 again,
The imagination of a
and
kid
10.
Just inventing little characters, and then their awesome illustrator dad turned it into a full-on thing. Oh, that rules! Dad goals. Some kind of bloke with a gun and a weird mask, fully visualized by El Papa. This is very
14 and
sweet.
10.
The baby mummy demon. Ah, great. Alright, I could sit here all day showing these off. What a lovely idea. And what a nice coffee table book this is. Picking up at any page and it's delightful. Here we go. So the gist of it is two young Franco-Japanese lads and their full French dad. And they did the kid designs and he turned them into something rad. Rad as all dads. What a lovely Prezi. So that's Family Traits by Itsuki Ryunosuke and Thomas Romaine. Oh, guys, I'm so spoiled. This is ridiculous. Just no need, mate. Heavens above. The Millers constantly spoiling me through and beyond the Carpet Door saga. That's a very similar vibe, isn't it? I made up some bollocks and then they made it beautiful. Shall we do a giveaway? So I don't know if you were keeping up with the little Damn It Open streams I was doing last month or so, which I'll probably do again as well because it was fun. I received this from Sam, who's a lovely chap. He's been a great help to the channel. He was the man who hooked me up with Legacy Bulkhead ahead of the pack. Let's go. And he, I believe, did some work on this. This is, I don't know what company it's from, but it's Night Countess. Night Countess's Dark Forest. This is a third-party version of Transformers Prime Arachnid, who had notoriously a very bad official release. So I believe
I need to get that.
Sam either designed or helped to design and or build this third-party version of our favourite Spider Lass, our second favourite Spider Lass. God, she do be cute though. Wonderful design, very nicely executed. For
Okay.
once, we have plug-in long spider.
Got a waist here. Armor it up. Lots of tiny pieces.
Alluring as we possibly can. Pretty sweet figure. I'm very grateful to Sam for sending this over so we can show it off on the channel real quick. I like it, I think it's good, but I know that there's going to be folks out there who will be dying to have this in their collection. So in the spirit of giving, let's do a giveaway. So if you fancy being in with a chance at rehoming this fabulous spider lady, number one, subscribe. Thank you very much. Just be a subscriber of my channel. We've done this dance before, you know how it is. Number two, send me an email to thewgiveaways@gmail.com with the subject line Night Countess. Countess. Very Cradle of Filthy vibe there, isn't there? And in the email body, please just put the word Spidler with 2 D's and an L. Night Countess followed by Spidler, if you don't mind. Get that in for us by New Year's. Yeah, should we say 31st? End of year 2022. Just get it in by then, pretty please. We'll sort it out in the new year. We'll do it worldwide, only enter one time, please. And indeed, the best of luck. Spider Lady, hurry down the chimney tonight. And with that, let's wrap this up, yeah? Let's unwrap this and wrap this up, this video. There's a better gag in there somewhere. Anyway.
He says that, but he's still got like 10 minutes in the video.
Treat of the day, by volume,
I can see.
Not everything has to be a
Okay,
sitcom.
no orientation.
This is a big one from the States, covered in Mandarake branding. Is that it, Mandarake? Ooh, I stand corrected. It's from Australia. So this has come from a lad called Trent Munn. I never know whether I should keep this. Do I need it for my records? You know what? I'll take my chances. Oh, hi. Hello, second Spider Lady of the video. Oh, yeah, of course. Hi, Theo. Since you've provided me with many hours of free entertainment over the years, most recently while going through some rather trying times, I thought I'd ship you a few things all the way from Australia. As a small token of my thanks. Keep being you. The world, particularly the Transformers fandom, is a hugely better place because of your presence in it.
I agree.
Aw, thank you. Oh, and well done on your Damn It Open live stream. It went really well. I think it did as well. I'll have to do another one soon. We'll see how we go. Well, cheers, Trent. That's very thoughtful of you to say that. The world is a better place because we're all here, right? Anyways, we have a black arachnia of some type, very clearly based on a toy from the 90s, isn't it? Spider lass, gonna kick your spider ass. Clearly, this is a toy-focused variant of the...
That is Creatures Collide Black Arachnia based on her toy deco.
How different the toy aesthetic is to the cartoon model, because the cartoon model was like black and gold and quite slick, and then the toy's this big silly explosion of secondary colours. Got a kneecap off, that's alright. Silly friggin' leopard print titties. Those are some honkers. Oh, the 90s. Why were you the way you were? Don't really know how this toy works, but we'll try and figure it out. We have a little crossbow. Oh, the boobs are away. We're off, lads. A lot of hinges on the go here. Very intricate. You know, for the wackiness of the visuals, the toy design is actually pretty crazy. No, I can't get it. I haven't got the faintest clue how that's supposed to work. Just pop her back together. I do like that face though. It's very haunted knight with the mouth plate and the helmet on the go. That doesn't look like at all how I imagined Black Arachnia. Like the helmet, sure, but not a purple one. It's like black and silver. It's arachnid vibes, isn't it? So I don't know
shit,
which
the blue
release
piece came
this
out.
Is this from the one with Fangry? Because there was a Bumblebee and an Optimus Primal and Fangry, and I think Black Arachnia was the fourth one. But yeah, I haven't actually...
Oh no, he's right. It's not from Creatures Collider. I'd have that.
A weird time figuring out Black Arachnia. I've got the Beast Machines one as well.
Okay, little tiny blue piece there, and then
I don't know how it
some
works. This is
gold
stupid.
for the...
Cheers, Trent. Put me on the spot like that. At least we're not streaming it. This is how I'm used to Black Arachnia looking. Black and gold and freaky and scary and very boobular. We have to say it. Plenty of boobage. That little tile pan's working for me. I don't know why this was just sat on my desk. I don't even collect these. I think it's just there's Transformer stuff around. It's not that weird. Couple more things. Bit nice, mate. This is Ocular Max, isn't it? Perfection series. Yeah, I'm sure this is Ocular Max. This is their hoist artifacts. I have their art fire as well at the back somewhere. Okay, we're going to do it live. We're going to try and figure it out. Yeah, these are pretty complex. They have a lovely feel. They're very accomplished and serious. It's dropping out. We got a little hose thing and something else has just dropped off as well. I can't see what it might have been. No, that's gone. That's history. I'm just going to have a go at Hoist himself. Christ, that's a bit good, isn't it? Yes, mate. Gotta say, I'm not super enthused by the look of Masterpiece Trailbreaker, which I can only assume will be retooled as Hoist at some point. Doesn't look great to my eye. It doesn't work for me at all. But this, we're off to a good start. This is very pretty. It's lovely, gorgeous, deep green paint. Hell of a shape. Are those? Yes, they are. Squishy rubber tires. Heck yeah. And we are gonna attempt to transform this into a lad. We'll see how we get on. I'm making no promises, but I'm gonna have a crack. I always think with like higher end stuff, there's only a certain number of ways that this is going to work. Like, we know what the robot's going to look like, and we know what the vehicle looks like, so there's only going to be a limited number of ways that we're going to get from this to that. Right, I say that, but this is Oculamax. This is masterpiece grade stuff. Yeah, it looks like those are the feet. These are the flaps that come off the shoulders.
Man, this is pretty intricate.
Hoist looks like. He's got a extra Autobot badge there. Trent's done him up to fit in with the gang.
There.
I appreciate the Oculamax design aesthetic because it's very toy focused. Like, I'm sure.
Let's attach these bits underneath first.
Somebody similar who did like a yellow version of this, like a rally version.
B1, 2, and B1, 9.
Vibe, and that's where this comes from, right? That's where this energy comes from. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Come on, lads. So this whole waste assembly explodes out. Not sure what you want me to do with these wheels, but I'll give it a crack. I think the
this is 9. Yeah, this is 9.
Slide on this assembly.
This will be the underside of the groin.
Okay, the instructions are out, I'm afraid.
This is his dick.
A much bigger task than I was.
Lyo Convoy's dick.
I knew how this was gonna go. I don't know who enjoys this kind of thing. Honestly, for whose benefit does anyone buy toys this complex? Like, who are you trying to impress? What are you trying to prove? We've reached that point already, I'm afraid. I'm ranting. I'm irritated and I'm ranting. This is not going to happen. I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. This is not Crimbo. I'm just getting mad bailing on this operation. Sorry about it. I just can't. I just can't. Thanks, Trent. I'll do it in the new year. I managed 3/4 of one shin before it overwhelmed me. So I just can't engage with that side of figures, okay? They look nice, I appreciate the aesthetic, but they're just no fun. I will learn this one day, that I just can't do it. We're fine.
I guess that's
However,
for a stand. It slides out.
With Transformers Animated Elite Guard Optimus Prime. This I have never seen in person.
Now, and then I do the hook skirts G35.
I think this is sealed. Yeah, it is. This is sealed and shrink wrapped. Truly a gift worthy of far greater a collector than I. Autobot Commander Optimus Prime. We have the versus. There was a lot of this around sort of 2010 era, wasn't there? With Prime and the Collector Club. A lot of Guy, Explosion, and indeed a lot of mysterious Transformers animated releases that I didn't even encounter. So this, as I understand it, is a Takara exclusive repaint, remember those, of Transformers Animated Voyager Class Optimus Prime in swanky black and gold Elite Guard livery. There's a lot of room in this box, I gotta tell you. There's not a lot kicking off other than him. Looks like there's somebody missing, but I think that's just like
head skirts.
Oh, like it matters. Come on, let's pop him out of there. This is I think a 2010 or 2011 release. It does seem to have never been opened.
Now,
the twisty ties
this
are in
on
place.
here.
We gotta do it, man. We gotta open it. This is the one. Thank you, Trent. This is the big prezi. This is actually unreasonably exciting. I haven't unboxed a Transformers animated toy from its original packaging since, God, it must have been Oil Slick, I think was the last one I bought.
Alright, that was a tight fit on there. Okay, waste unit is done. And upper torso is also done. I could stick those together if I wanted. We'll do that at the end.
Or is it not an unboxing show?
Alright, what's next? The head.
Oh, we're clear,
Oh.
We did it. We got it off without damaging.
The head grill is a separate piece. Ooh. Okay, G1-8. G1 and B2-8. Yeah, this is the forehead grill. I'll cut that after I got the head out. Undergates. The time is 10 o'clock. Attention, Walmart shoppers. Okay, that goes in there, and there it shall stay. Make the face.
Any of the print. Gosh, this feels like a mega moment. There we go. A bit clearer in the box. There really is so much space in there. It's cavernous. Yeah, this reminds me of like Transformers United era layout. It even says gimmick. I wonder if that QR code works. Hold up. No reaction whatsoever. Okay. I think it would at least like go to a broken link or something, but it's just nothing. Very unusual. It normally reacts within like an eighth of a second. Just boop, done. You guys want to try and scan that? Alright, not to worry. Let's just bang the toy out, shall we? Yes, baby. Very clean. Very macho. Let me get the other one out. Where's the there we go. This is the original.
Why did he censor it?
Voyager class animated Optimus Prime in a nice bright red and blue, classically sort of primary.
But he got it to work, and then he found out it wasn't very good. Very appropriate.
This is Voyager class. This is huge. They are a bit spindly in the middle,
E2.
but just the height of this thing and the impact really feels much more than
the eyes.
scale. This is like a modern day leader. But yes, next to his classy black and gold counterpart, I am simply going to have to crack that out of there. Sorry about it. If not now, then when? We're on camera. It's Christmas time. 75,000 subscribers, by the way. Thank you, gang. It's time to do this. I am not going to screw about trying to preserve these horrible old school twisty ties. I'm just going to take the modern approach and snip them to pieces. This lad is coming out of there. Whoop. Ooh, wow. I just put my thumb through the plastic. Is that what happens when it's 12 years old? Okay. All the gear is out of the box. Are you prepared for this?
B13.
Oh, brother. Gosh, that is a bit fancy. Hello, sir. That is quite a thing. Just the regal energy.
That does look good.
Dang.
I would show you, but I can't.
Oh,
But I guess I'll know it is whatever.
Very much enjoy the animated
I could figure out a way.
with its,
I know how, but I
wonderful
just won't right now.
full-featured face, but equally, the plate look is eternally powerful.
No bonus.
Or just elite guard
Maybe
badge
I should
there
do
with
one
the
of these when I
wings,
build
the
OOO.
titty, the big
Do
triple
it.
stripes on the shoulder like a highly ranked
Do it,
officer.
dude.
Something very prestigious about
I tune in
that.
for a bit.
And we have his giant clumsy fire axe.
I don't expect a huge audience. I've got.
So much. Never quite sure what
I said, don't expect a huge audience. I've only got. What have I got right now? If I can get it to. I don't know. Looks like one viewer, looks like. So probably just you, but hey. I do it for me. I don't do it for the views. Just keep that in mind. And the face, the helmet goes on there. Okay. And that will go. I'm saving that for last, I see. I'm really impressed with the color breakup on this. The part separation. It's very intricate, not what I'm used to from SMP kits. 5, 9, and 14 for the blue. I don't like that being so close to the sprue being so close to the tab. It's really close. And there we go. Like that? Like that, okay. There we go. All right, bring it together. That should slide in a little bit, a little more smooth than it is. A little more gappage in there that I'd like, but whatever, I will deal with it. The ears are... Oh, I missed a step for those. B2.5, B2.3. I finished the stew video.
What to do with it, because it looks cool from there, but then you look at the bot and you just get the back of it and it's a bit minging. Let's have both these fellas in right now. Here we go. The gorgeous simplicity of the brightly coloured original design, absolutely singing in these bright reds and blues. And then we have his gorgeous, classy, much more serious post-promotion palette, blacks and golds and badges and stripes of honour. Simply gorgeous. Can I remember how to transform it? That's a great question, which I often ask myself about a number of things, but it always needs answering. Stretch this up and flip this wheel around. Swivel that waist pretty please. Tidy this other leg up. Get that wheel out. Thank you, mate. Toes down. What do we do with the head? Oh, yeah, that's right. It sort of tucks away in this backpack. Mask it with the old siren lights. There we are, nice and secure. I think with the hand we unclip the fist from this plate, tuck that away, and then that forms the front. Yeah, there it goes. Nice and tidy. Oh, God, that's satisfying, isn't it? Yeah, nice. And then these legs, I'm sure, yes, they do. They shunt up,
There we
splodge these up,
go.
and create the little bumper. And I think that's him, right? Oh, God, we do love the exaggerated sort of G1 vibe of animated, because we can see the original design cues in the shape of this guy, but it's like so extreme. And the axe, I think
There we go.
just
Okay, and the
hold
same thing other
up
side.
like so, and we have little slots right here, and this buttons on there like so. Boosh that on there, and we have cannon. And we have Elite Guard animated Optimus Prime. That is something. Wow, what an honor to be able to show off to you guys. I didn't know that this thing still existed. I was aware of it vaguely at the time. The Takara releases, there was Blackout, and like Bulkhead was deep metallic green and his name was Ironhide, and I'd forgotten. Actually, I'm not sure I ever knew that this version of Optimus existed, because I knew they did Elite Guard like Prowl and Bumblebee, but I wasn't super aware of the Optimus Prime part of that.
Okay, that's a nice looking head we got.
Capsule, and yet here it is in my hand this very eve.
All right.
Trent, thank you so much, mate. That's wonderful.
Let's do an arm.
A privilege to feature this on my channel. Elite Guard, Transformers animated, Takara Toby, Optimus Prime. Absolutely stunning. Now that hoist, thanks, but that was a disaster. This, however, has more than made up for that, and I think we've reached the end of our Crimbo stack. So, thank you once again to Trent Munn over in Australia for chucking this in my direction.
111.
To the Millers once again for Psykill and the Big Book, and cheers to Shelby for gorgeous Goldbug and his little pals. Very much appreciated. What a Christmas miracle. So thank you so much for watching. I hope I was able to
11 at 9.
disseminate some positive festive vibes. Thank you for a wonderful year of 2022 on the tube. Massive love to everyone out there in YouTube land and Transformers fandom and so on. Don't forget to enter the Arachnid giveaway. Goodwill to all gentlefolk, and indeed, party on. Oh, he's back. Just one more thing to say, thank you very much, and it is, thank you very much to everybody watching and to all the patrons, but especially Carl Schuchart. Is it Schuchart? Schuchart? Did I get it right? But anyway, it's you, mate. Thank you so much for your support. Means a lot. Take it easy. Praise the Lord.
Be sure to subscribe for more of these awesome Transformers reviews.
Limited appeal, keeping it real.
Okay, I'm going to enter that view contest since I've got a break here. So show me how to, it does not. So let me go back to that.
Yeah, Cradle of Filthy vibe there, isn't there? And in the email box.
Let's do that real quick. Okay, that's sent. Now then, what else did I pull up to watch?
Today we're looking at oddly confusing LEGO instructions.
Actually,
Although
let me get a
most
drink
LEGO
real
set
quick.
instructions are nor-
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab me a drink. Did I have a... And I'm back. I got me a drink. Let's build. And YouTube.
normal, the technique shown can make absolutely no sense at times. These instructions get crazy, so stay tuned, and if you go on to enjoy this video, let me know what they like rating. Alright, let's get right into it. So, a lot of sets start off with just an extremely simple first step, which is typically just a single LEGO brick, and that's it. Now, those steps may seem extremely easy, but they don't even compare to an instruction step in the LEGO Star Wars Imperial Landing Craft set from 2007. By far, the easiest LEGO instruction step ever was in this set, and you definitely don't need to be a genius to figure it out. In fact, well, you don't even need to do anything. Yeah, that's right, don't do anything. You'll notice here on step 27 of this set, the piece box has nothing in it. This step is similar to those you'd see towards the end of an instruction booklet like this, but these steps typically aren't numbered and also don't even have a parts rectangle in the top left. However, this LEGO Star Wars step is both numbered the 27th step and also includes a completely empty rectangle in the top left. This is by far the easiest LEGO step ever. This next one was actually submitted by a fan by the name of It's Luca Liz. I was not informed which set this is from exactly, but wow, just take a good look at these three steps. yeah, my brain hurts looking at this. And to be honest, I don't think these instruction steps really know what's going on either. I mean, you add the plate to the bottom, and then it disappears, and then immediately you flip it over and you've got bricks on top as well. Either it must have been really late at night when the LEGO instructions designer was creating these steps, or there's some sort of black magic going on here. Next up is this LEGO Speed Champion set, and let me tell you, the technique that's used in these instructions at first seems not super smart. In fact, kind of a waste of a piece, in which you'll see, but it turns out this is actually a genius maneuver by the LEGO set designer. So let's take a look at step 67 here. You'll notice that one of the pieces used, the 1x1 red plate, actually has a Ferrari logo that's printed on it. However, in step 3 of this, you cover it up with another brick, which seems very counterintuitive, and like, why would you want to cover up the printed piece? You see, the LEGO designer actually did this on purpose, and it's quite genius why he did it. You'll notice in the back of the instructions here that this set actually comes with 6 of this 1x1 piece. And you don't actually need all 6 printed pieces for the set, but they included all of them as printed pieces because this way, by making them all printed, it doesn't matter which one you use. You don't need to worry about using one that does or doesn't have a printed piece, because they all do. And so the print is so small, it's so easy to miss, and would be quite annoying if you had to find the one with or without the printing. So to make it more simplistic and a more enjoyable experience for the LEGO builder, the designer chose to make all of the 1x1 red plates in this set have the Ferrari logo printing. This LEGO Ideas typewriter set is a very unique set, but wow, it has some very weird looking instruction steps. However, one of the most significant and confusing steps happens whenever you're building these Technic beams, and at first they seem very simple, nothing really weird going on here. Well, you do get hit with a 9x on the next page, which, I'll be honest, that's a bit annoying, but hey, I'm sure this will be used for something very important on the next step. Oh. We're making LEGO campfires now? Yeah,
It just shows them in a jumble.
Instruction step. You are to create 9 of these Technic beams that aren't even completely finished, and then just throw them in a pile carelessly. Now, this definitely feels out of character for LEGO, and obviously it must just be a weird one-time occurrence, right? I'm sure there won't be any more. Oh. Yeah, there's more. Here you're making 9 more Technic contraptions and throwing them into another pile. But, I mean, 2's enough, right? No. Of course not. These LEGO instructions make you create a 3rd LEGO Technic campfire. So yeah, that's a very interesting and weird sequence of events, especially for LEGO instructions that are usually very organized and clean and sophisticated in that manner. Oh, wait, you thought that was it? No, it keeps going. In fact, it gets crazier from here because the 2X build even got a pile, which honestly just looks hilariously pathetic. But, I mean, yeah, here are 4 piles of half-completed Technic builds that LEGO instructs you to create while building this set. I've never seen anything like this in any other LEGO set. I mean, these piles just look odd, don't you think? I mean, did the designer just learn a new cool feature in his software that he wanted to try out? Or was he practicing making campfires for his upcoming camping trip on the weekend? Well, I guess we'll never know, but I mean, seriously, what's with the obsession of making piles of bricks? The designer could have just displayed each piece like basically every other LEGO instruction booklet nicely and in a row, such as these 100 2x2 round bricks laid out right here in this Technic set. But, I mean, whatever, right? Some chaos is always fun. Alright, well, if we're embracing this chaos, well, which one of these wood piles would make the best campfire? I don't know, let me know in the comments. Next up, let's take a look at an instruction step from the LEGO Stranger Things set. More specifically, step number 25. You'll notice that on the bottom of this page, you were instructed to take 3 1x4 plates and stack them together before placing them onto the build. However, if you are an avid LEGO builder, you may know that 3 plates is the exact same thing as just a regular LEGO brick,
12.
in terms of how high the brick goes. So, one may wonder, well, why did the LEGO designer choose to stack 3 1x4 plates as opposed to just using a 1x4 tan brick? Wouldn't that be easier? Well, it appears that a lot of people had this question while building this LEGO set, because the designer of the set actually tweeted out the reason why he used 3 1x4 plates as opposed to just using a 1x4 brick, because it prevented a potential building error. If you take a look at the bricks you need in this set, you actually need 3x of the 1x4 brick that also has studs on the side. And so basically LEGO here was just trying to make it as easy of an experience as possible for the LEGO builder to build the set and reduce errors in the build. Here's a LEGO set that not many people talk about. It's a LEGO Monkey Kid set, the City of Lanterns. It's quite a large one, has a lot of details, and obviously that means there are a lot of opportunities for some very odd instructions, such as this one that was pointed out on Reddit. From this image here, you can see the instructions actually tell you to place 12 of these Technic pins inside this small little container. Just loose. They're not connected to anything. They're just sitting there. If we take a look at the official images from the instructions for a better look here, you'll notice that you do actually build this small little intersection a few steps prior, and then you proceed to load it up with Technic pins. Now, why are there so many loose Technic pins just sitting here? Well, as it turns out, all the different modular components of this build can actually be taken apart and placed side by side. And of course, in order to place them side by side, LEGO actually allows you to connect them using those 12 Technic pins that you placed at the bottom base of the build from these instructions. And so basically, this is just a very smart storage container. This is more of a 200 IQ play than a 0 IQ play. But at first, maybe you'd be confused on why you're putting so many of these Technic pins just loosely in the bottom of the build. Now, just for a second, we need to return back to this typewriter set because it's not quite done yet. As you can see, let's go on to this instruction step. Let's return to it, and geez, this step is starting to look like a clickbait YouTube thumbnail with all these red markings all over it, so let's real quick help LEGO out and finish it, shall we? Alright, so I think it just needs a couple big red arrows to make sure that it is more of a clickbait thumbnail, right? So something like that looks really good. And hey, I think we should just add some just random off-brand emojis for good measure. Look at that, that's perfect. That's definitely gonna guarantee LEGO here like at least 1 million views and probably some juicy hate comments. Nice. Also, did you know that in sets such as the LEGO Avengers Helicarrier, LEGO actually instructs you to remove LEGO bricks off your build? Yeah, it's a quite rare occurrence, but if you want to see more, you can click the video on the left. Be sure to leave a like if you enjoyed this video and subscribe for more LEGO content.
So this slides, that's very clever. Both the inner and outer portions slide for range of motion. That's really neat. All right. What's the name of that Lego YouTuber I used to watch? I don't remember. I could throw on some JoJo. I need to watch more JoJo. Linus it is.
Want to spice up your gaming setup? Look no further than TikTok. They've got millions of videos that show you how to create the best setup around. It's just that some of them are better than others. Fear not, though. We're going to take one for the team
Lower
and
arm.
test out the best tech hacks, starting with this one from Janelle and Kate with over 883,000 likes. Why? No, why? Why?
Oh God.
No, we're not. No.
She's putting glue and then glitter on her keyboard. Oh God.
It's TikTok, Linus. You need the views.
Oh God, they make it look easy.
Also, you're not doing anywhere near enough. Look at how much they have up there.
Well, that seems like a lot. Look, Alex, I don't think there's any right way to do this. I'm going to go ahead and say that this TikTok exists only to laugh at you because you ruined your keyboard. Remember, there's no wrong way to do this. Do you think I need more glue?
Well, she has it between all the function keys and stuff, too.
I have it between the function keys. Alex, again, I cannot emphasize this enough. There's no correct way to do this, so...
That's some nice glitter. Really fine.
Yeah, it's really nice. I need the next step in the instructions. It's everywhere! Tap. The glue will protect it, I think.
She's running it underwater.
Oh no. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was gonna happen.
Oh, that's so bad.
Yeah,
It looks somewhat... Oh.
rate this tech TikTok 0 out of 10, and I sincerely hope this is the worst one we're doing today.
It's not,
As a
I'm
YouTube
sure.
native, I've got to say, coming over to TikTok, there are some really fascinating videos where they're clearly designed just to keep the viewer's attention, even if nothing of value is being added. But not everything on TikTok is intentionally bad. Some of it's just bad, like this monitor painting video from Nikolsky.
Oh no.
That's not, you don't want that on your hands. Wait, wipe down the screen. Wait, she's not going to paint the actual panel, is she? The real way to do this TikTok is to take the actual monitor itself off of the stand, disassemble it, which should take no more than 5 to 10 minutes with most standard monitors, paint it, then put it back together. You may have noticed this monitor got a little bit mangled in a previous video. We should still be able to get it apart and back together. So the only thing that this affects for what we're doing today is that you may actually have an easier time getting things apart than I am.
I want 3 and 4. Other
Minus
frame's
tech
about to be
ticks,
done.
not minus talk ticks. Beautiful! One thing she got right was shaking up the paint can. Something she got wrong was her work area. You always want to be in a well-ventilated workspace when you're working with paint or really any other aerosols. Ideally, she should have been outside. Definitely not in her bedroom. Although the paint fumes could be good for creativity.
Oh no.
Ooh. I do not
Minus.
want to get paint on this. Always important, keep the can moving. You're far better off doing more light coats than fewer heavy coats in terms of getting a decent finish. What could go wrong? Oh, look at that.
Which orange taste is this supposed to be? I can't tell.
The best results, you should follow the guide we did a few years ago, where you disassemble the monitor, sand, prime, paint, and clear coat for a professional finish. But if all you want is a quick way to change the color of your display, this will do the trick.
Okay, this goes on this
If you
side.
don't like painting at all, there's an alternative as shown by TikToker Flex and Flora. And you can use vinyl for a lot more, as shown by Eden DIYs. This is one we don't even need to try out to give it an 8 or maybe even a 9 out of 10, because it's something that we've been doing for years. Here's the table in our build corner, which has a marble vinyl wrap over top of it, and I bet most of you didn't even notice. As you can see, it's not the most durable thing in the world, and you get, nicks and scratches and scuffs all over it compared to an actual marble
it goes this
countertop.
way? That's
But,
interesting.
unlike a marble countertop, when you get sick of it or if it gets too scuffed up, you can just peel it off and redo it. The video was a little weird, though. You notice the audio was just explaining a feature of TikTok and had nothing to do with the hack whatsoever?
Did you know you don't have to tap the profile picture to get to the person's profile? All you have to do is swipe left.
But how do they gotta edit these things? Really, you don't have enough attention span for me to talk about and show the same thing at the same time? What about vinyl on your computer, though? If this video from Grim Collection is anything to go by, it can look sick. Ooh, and we've got 2 different kinds of film here. We are looking at either mirror
That's a lower
or
arm.
rainbow.
I really, really want to do rainbow. Social media person says that, the mirror is more true to the original. I want to see rainbow.
6 and
I
7.
don't know, it's not as rainbowy as I was hoping.
Yeah, I was really hoping for a lot more rainbow.
It's more like your own shower.
Yeah.
When the light gets emitted through, it's gonna look rainbow.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, all right, it's in. Okay, so I actually have never applied one of these before. That's it? That's all you guys are giving me? I mean, I'm kind of getting it. Oh gosh. Oh crap!
You got this?
I put it on the wrong side. We're a little short here. And to think, without TikTok, I wouldn't be having all this fun.
TikTok, middle-aged man struggles to apply rainbow vinyl.
I am not middle-aged yet. Just cut out all the other stuff and show this. That was a test fit.
Alright.
Now we're gonna put water on the surface and on the vinyl to show you how it's done properly. We were seeing how many of you are gonna comment before actually watching the whole video. Here we go, and... Oh, came off a little bit there. That's okay. Wow.
Is it supposed to go on the inside?
I think that might be our first.
Oh,
ever
I see,
10
I see,
out
I
of
see.
10. If you're not satisfied with tape just on your monitor and computer, though, Idle Bomb.
And then...
This mouse apparently is the best one for drag clicking, according to competitive Minecrafters. I had to steal this from Maria.
And that's a thing. Competitive Minecrafting.
I guess so.
Okay. The Cone XP. Where's our tape at?
Before you do this, see how fast you can click with it. I was able to get 53. That was my record.
53 without this?
Right.
There's no way I can do 53.
I was a drummer for many years.
Ah, I'm not gonna do it! Oh my god. Okay, I'm not entirely sure I even understand. Oh, I'm gonna have paint, glitter, and gold Sharpie on my fingers by the end of this.
Okay.
Are we sure gold Sharpie is the same as silver Sharpie? I have a silver one upstairs.
I don't think...
How would that make a difference?
There we go.
Whoa, are you doing it? What?
11.6 clicks per second. Dang.
Okay, that's
It
one
actually
arm.
works.
Let's make the
I
other
thought it was
arm.
a drag one.
I don't know. I actually tried this for like 45 minutes yesterday and couldn't get it, and now it's just working.
Okay.
Vertex scribe.
Whoa,
Force
okay.
Angel.
This is another 9 out of 10. This is a sick hack.
What is Sanjo? Welcome, Verdicts. Let me show you my progress so far. I've got a torso. I've got an abdomen. I've got a head. And I've got a left arm. About to start the right arm. It's a crazy build. Yeah. A lot of pieces here. This is what I've been craving. Like an actual build. Like the part separation is nuts. If I get this to focus. It was there for a second.
Vertex scribe. That's a lot of parts.
Yeah, so see the yellow in there? It lost it. Keep my hand here. Focus on my hand. Yeah, so see the...
Tailored zombie Esther. Yo.
Welcome to the world of the living. So the yellow in there is a piece. The gray, of course, is all one piece behind there, and the red's a piece. This blue is a little... It's a sphere. It's a cylinder that I stuck in there. The yellow in each of these is a piece. It's a lot of pieces. The color separation, part separation is just very impressive on this set. Like you wouldn't see that on the SMPs that I build. Anyway, I'm gonna build a right arm. Really wondering why they've got two of this sprue. I guess it's for the leg. Probably got some duplicate pieces on the leg or something. Okay, 113. So I've dipped into the other A1 sprue a little bit, but not a whole lot.
But up until now, other than applying a couple of stickers, we haven't really de-blendified our setup. Don't worry, we're going to show you that now, in the TikTok way. By not showing you
Wait a
at
minute.
all. Oh, hey, look, Armando's back. Actually looks not
Verdict
bad
scribe.
for a 20-minute
I'm
job.
reheating holiday dinners.
Laziness. Let's see how it compares to our TikTokers.
Wait a minute.
Ooh, I don't know if you're getting info, but
Oh.
ooh, oh.
Yes, there's two 13s on here.
Oh no! No!
So I was like, wait a minute. So I was like, wait a minute. How did I end up with 13, still being a 13 on one of these sprues? And then I'm like, did this one, because like, okay, let me back up here. So there's two frames that are A1. They're identical. And it wanted me to use piece A1-13 for the inner shoulder. And I did that, and then it tells me to use it again. I assume if there's two sprues, and there's mirrored parts, you're just going to do it. The internals are basically the same. So that, why do that? So I'm like, okay, grab my A13. Wait a minute. I must have used A12 or something for the other arm. No, I was A13. It said A13. I'm like, how is there still A13s left? And then I look at this. There's an A13 in the corner, as well as an A13 right here.
Symmetry.
So there's two A13s per each of the A1 sprues. So I'm very curious what's going to happen with that. Maybe it's going to be like in the leg or something. We'll find out. And by the way, as far as YouTube, what I'm watching right now is just Linus Tech Tips attempting TikToks. They're terrible.
It actually works. I tried this.
Need to dry more?
I don't know. I actually tried this for like 45 minutes yesterday and couldn't get it, and now it's just working.
Okay.
So we're going to build a shoulder here.
Okay. This is another 9 out of 10. This is a sick hack. You might have noticed that up until now, other than applying a couple of stickers, we haven't really de-blandified our setup. But don't worry, we're going to show you that now in the TikTok way.
Linus TikTok Tips.
I'm not showing you at all. Oh, hey, look, our monitor's back. Actually looks not bad for a 20-minute job.
1-7.
Let's see how it compares to our TikTokers version. Ooh, I don't know if you're getting info, but you're. Ooh, oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Oh. You should not use rubbing alcohol on a screen. 1 out of 10. Ours is way better. Our next TikTok hack is sort of the opposite of what we've done so far. The silent reviewer shows us, rather than how to apply stickers to things, how to remove them.
That acetone.
He's using hand sanitizer, and the benefit is that it won't have any smell.
I think the last one that they used was like mineral oil or medicated oil, so
I mean, it would be an improvement over
Yeah.
that, but I would think we would just use 99% isopropyl alcohol. Either way, we're going to give the hand sanitizer a shot. Who knows? Maybe this is an outstanding TikTok hack. We've got some residue over here. Why don't we pull off? Let's pull off the sticker, and then we'll do half of the residue with isopropyl, and we'll do half of it with hand sanitizer. This is actually the perfect example of the kind of thing that you want to remove with this method. Overall, pretty good sticker, came off okay, but there's definitely some residue. All right, here we go.
Put this on
Hand
the outside
sanitizer.
there.
Now, if you don't want residue, you obviously shouldn't be using hand sanitizer. Yes, they have alcohol in them, but they're also full of, like, you know, aloe and scents and things that people want to keep their hands from getting dry, as opposed to just alcohol. In fairness, though, that did work reasonably well. The question is just...
I'll just keep this sprue right here because I'm going to need it for the rest of this build, rest of this arm build.
Put alcohol on something.
Put that there.
So,
And A1 as well, I believe.
No, it's not better. It's not better. What's in you? Purified water.
Oh, that's I2.
Oh, interesting. That actually works great. It could just be as simple as having a thicker consistency, making it so that the alcohol doesn't just evaporate away so quickly, and it almost gives you like a little bit more scrubbing power. But it legitimately works better. All right, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
I can't believe it.
Not what I was expecting. Let's see what we've got next. Carter PCs, who I follow. I have no idea who this is.
But hey, I'm not complaining. Can these birds please shut up? I'm doing...
He's talking into a lid for one.
But anyway, if anyone from LTT is watching this, a few things I should mention. First of all, I am very against cable ties, which might be sacrilegious at Linus Media Group, but, you know, Team Zip tie all the way. And second of all, I know Linus loves Brown Switch.
Wait, what? Hold on. Who does this guy think he is against cable ties, pro zip ties?
Oh, Linus, we get to play a game. Do we unfollow him now?
Oh.
The power's in your hands.
Hold on, I haven't watched the rest of this. Okay. Hold on.
You know, come to think of it, this video is just meant to say thank you for the follow. And I guys gave him like 4 reasons to unfollow me. I'm so stupid.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Alex, do you want to take the other side?
Sure.
All right, Carter PC. You're welcome for the follow, but you're kind of on the chopping block here. You're giving us a lot of reasons to unfollow you. Doesn't like cherry browns? Actually, that's not that controversial these days. I'm not going to count that. Hate cable ties, though. Very upset. Cannot count. Gave 2 reasons to unfollow. Says he gave 4. Absolutely. This right here. This is bad. Cannot count. Means we can't count on you. Why did we follow in the first place? I actually have no idea. He referred to us as Michael Jordan? I didn't hear that.
That was in a different TikTok, but he referred to you and Jay's 2 cents as Michael Jordan.
I hate it when bona fide tech YouTubers come to TikTok. Like Jay's 2 cents or Linus or Scatterful, for example.
Verdict
See,
strike.
I'm a youth basketball coach.
Cable
and I'm
ties,
teaching these
bro.
9-year-olds, elbow in, flick your wrist, blah, blah, blah. And then Michael Jordan...
Zip ties.
Like, okay, you should also do this, this, and this. That's Michael Jordan. I learned from him.
All right, that's a neutral. That's a neutral right there. Good content, though.
For TikTok.
All right. He keeps the follow. He keeps the follow. Next up, we've got several products that you need to buy, which are definitely real things that this person actually uses, and not just Amazon affiliate bait.
5 helpful gadgets.
Definitely.
Did we actually buy that thing?
For your Zoom meetings. With one touch, you're able to mute and unmute and open and close the video.
You do
Next,
not
on my
need
webcam
a dedicated
cover, just
button
place over the
to
camera
mute your
portion
microphone.
and
No,
close
you
when
don't want.
done.
Wait, why are you putting a
This
sticker
cable
on there like
helps to
that?
help organize
It's
and
going to rub
highlight
against
all
the
your
bottom
chores
of your
to prevent
thing.
clutter. Next is this portable charger with 3 built-in cables, and you can plug this directly into the wall to charge.
What even was
Lastly
that I
is
just
this
looked at?
that has a
Oh, this one we actually got.
Oh, good. Doesn't charge your AirPods?
Wait, it doesn't?
Does it?
Oh!
I don't see contacts.
I thought that your case went on.
It just holds your AirPods?
Wouldn't it also just deplete the battery because it would still be connected when it's in that?
Yeah. No, I think they should go into standby. Also, these are going to get lost. 5,
12,
sure.
17, 18, 9.
I don't need an iPhone and AirPods to know that an AirPods holder that doesn't charge your AirPods is so stupid. Rechargeable hand warmer for gamers?
Up in just 30 seconds. And no, we're not going to use hot water, because don't do that. Instead,
Cause don't do that. Why not?
instead, here's a cheap hand warmer that you can buy on Amazon, and it's really cheap as well.
Oh, good. A cheap hand warmer that is really cheap as well. Is this only 20 bucks? And 2 pieces?
Yeah.
5,000 milliamp hours. Even just as a battery bank, this might make sense, assuming that capacity is real. It's getting warm. I can feel the current flowing, Alex. I'm giving this one a 2 out of 10. If you're a real gamer, you know how to warm your hands. Like that.
He's putting them
Now
over the
time
tower.
for some software hacks. Do this so
Verdict
your
scribe.
friends think you are
Just
hacking.
get hot hands.
Seriously.
Do not need to full screen that. Okay, and I don't need this audio. Uh-huh. That's just a list of the directories on the computer.
I really love this one because it's so much worse than just going to Hacker Typer and also so much more difficult.
Well, we're supposed to do it, right?
Yeah.
Why do you change the color again?
Color A.
Okay. Oh, I spelled color the Canadian way. Whoops.
Wow.
I'm hacking the mainframe. The real way to do this is to go to hackertyper.com and start hacker typing. Tell me you're a hacker without telling me you're a hacker. I want to read this New York Times article, but it requires a paid account. Change.com to .com / and yell, I'm in. Shut up. Does this actually work? Is it that easy? Because I've been like going into incognito mode and then just switching to my mobile network anytime I need to read something.
I honestly haven't verified this because it's so easy and so stupid if it just works. Just a period?
Put a period in there? Is that it? That can't be right. No. That
Yeah.
did not work.
That didn't work. I'm not surprised, but I am disappointed.
They apparently have patched this. 0 out of 10 hack. Fun fact about Samsung phones.
I can't tell what he's doing.
Hold on a second. I can get a picture of a chihuahua on my phone? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is life-changing. Asterisk, pound, 0 asterisk pound. Whoa. Hold on. How do I get the dog? I want the dog. Click the image test. Oh, I got the dog! Yeah! I think that's pretty useful. Okay. So we've got like a QC menu, like a diagnostic menu on my
Another
Samsung
frame
phone.
done. Another frame done.
I have
Another
never
frame bites
accessed
the pile.
this before. I'm giving this one a solid 8.5. I like it. Black. Now with 100% more. Oh God, how do I get out of? Oh, my lock button's not even doing anything. I'm downgrading you. This is now a 6 out of 10 hack. Try at your own risk. Oh, hold on. Emergency SOS. What the? No, stop. Okay. I like it. 8.5 out of 10.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I'm a cybersecurity, data privacy, and protection expert, and I want to show you what Google knows. Let's go. You're going to type in this website.
Settings.google.com. Let's go. Oh, I should do it on my phone then, hey? Okay. Add topics for you. Vehicle parts and accessories. Games. Role-playing games. Massively multiplayer online games. Little theme here. Motor vehicles, home audio and video, laptop computers, industrial goods and manufacturing, video game consoles, mobile phones, accessories, shooter games, web design and development, web hosting, and flashlight apps. Okay, we probably don't need flashlight apps. How about you? It's got to be more car stuff than me.
What I found interesting in mine
Another frame down. Okay, I should make it. That's a decent sized one.
completely different from my work to my personal account.
Right.
Like personal account, it's like income's high for some reason. My other one is like medium high.
Okay.
They both think I'm a homeowner, which isn't true. Small employer.
Small employer?
Yeah.
Oh, like that you work for?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ouch.
Male, 35 to 44. Married, high income, bachelor's degree. Nope. Not enough industry to figure out my info and thinks I work for a large employer. Nice.
You know, I think the takeaway is you can tell them which information you want them to have, which is nice.
And finally,
A customer of ours brought us their gaming PC and told us that it's having some issues.
this is a repair shop, Gamer Tech Toronto.
And no FPS. After booting into Call of Duty,
Okay, right arm done. Oh, I gotta put the claw on there.
happens, the first thing you want to do is look for any graphics driver updates. When you're updating your graphics drivers, don't click the Express installation, click Custom, and click this Clean Install. This is going to completely remove your old graphics driver from the system and reinstall the new one. Since the customer
Well, this is a pretty good tech.
outside of video games, we're going to try doing a BIOS update.
This is pretty good tech advice from
Oh, yes.
If you're not having any trouble with your
Yeah, this is really good.
seems like it worked.
Yeah. 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Update your drivers, update your BIOS. Great work.
The part that got me about this one was that someone brought their PC into a tech repair shop to update their drivers.
Oh yeah, that, man, you'd be surprised. If you guys enjoyed this video, you might also enjoy TikTok Hacks Part 1, which had worse ones in it.
Pretty debatable.
Okay. Other arm done. Time to make the shoulder pauldron, looks like. Wing shoulder unit. For the tail side.
Verdicts scribe. Spooky is just loafing in the middle of the floor and staring into the middle distance.
Okay, I see. So you can, yeah, so that the alternate one of those, and alternate one of the shoulder guards is to, okay. So you can have,
Verdicts scribe. He's so full of drugs.
oh, spooky. Oh, spooky.
The most prolific writer of science fiction is Isaac Asimov. Now,
All right.
usually when I write a sentence weasel words like one of the most prolific. Mostly so that pedants can't correct me in the
A lot of pieces on this one. I guess that makes sense because
literally true.
wing is very, the shoulder tail is a lot of
listing
pieces.
Asimov's bibliography. In his own words, over a space of 40 years, I published an average of 1,000 words a day. Over the space of the second 20 years, I published an average of 1,700 words a day. Granted, most of his work is nonfiction, but he still wrote enough fiction that there's actually a fair bit of scholarly disagreement over how to count it. The number I've seen for novels and short stories is around
Okay, let's start here. See 13, 14.
He wrote so much, he even wrote books about how he had written so much. And obviously it's not just that he wrote a lot, it's that he wrote some of the most foundational
Need a new foundation.
pieces of science fiction ever. But you'd think with over 400
If Disney gets me for that,
stories,
I will fucking
and
sue.
how popular science fiction is at the box office, that there'd be like 100 or 50 or 25 or even 10 adaptations of Asimov's work. But no, there are only 8. There would be 9, but Fantastic Voyage doesn't count. It's often mistaken as an Asimov book because the novel came out before the movie, but actually the script for the film was written first, and then they hired Asimov to write the novelization. He managed to get the book out onto the shelves 6 months before the film came out because he's just that fast of a goddamn writer.
Okay, put the tail over here. Before I put C5 on here.
No, this is different. Listen, I got this fine-ass little yummy. I mean, she is complete and agreeable. I mean, ass-high spankable spoon.
What does that even mean? So today I want to talk about
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf was an iRobot.
quote-unquote adaptation of iRobot starring Will Smith and nothing else. This video is only going to be about the 2004 quote-unquote adaptation of iRobot starring Will Smith. Wait, why do I keep putting the word adaptation in quote? The reason I wanted to talk about this movie is not
Okay,
just
that's
to
an
harp
interesting
on
movie. Okay.
a forgotten blockbuster from a bygone era because it is fun, but because last year Apple released a big adaptation of Foundation.
One, two.
Asimov's biggest series. And before talking about that, I wanted the context of some other times people have adapted his work, which is what we're doing here. But we're only going to talk about iRobot. I wouldn't read and watch every Asimov adaptation in existence, no matter how obscure, charting 60 years of failed or underfunded productions just as the prelude for a different video. That would be insane.
This is exactly what he's going to do, isn't it?
Film criticism centered on categorizing the
C2.
adaptations, but unfortunately all of that scholarship is compromised because all of them would need to put the 2004 air quotes adaptation of iRobot in its own special category because the making of this movie is real weird. So back in the 90s, screenwriter Jeff Vinter wrote a completely unrelated screenplay called Hardwired. The movie was an Agatha Christie-style murder mystery where the suspects were all robots or other kinds of artificial intelligence.
And enough champagne to fill the Nile.
There was a robot called Sunny, a supercomputer called Vicky, and the hologram of Dr. Lanning, the man who had been killed. It was originally written more like a stage play, taking place entirely on one floor of a building, and with FBI agent Detective Del Spooner tasked with figuring out which of the robots killed Lanning and how. It's like a sci-fi Knives Out.
11,
The script was first
12.
acquired by Disney, where it entered a period of development hell and got rewritten several times, with one iteration taking place on a space station and an entire team of space marines taking on the role of the detective from the original script. When that version of the movie fell through, Fox became interested in the idea, and Vinter expanded the scope of the movie out from the original stage play-like murder mystery to a big-budget studio film, broadening the scope of the story out to an entire metropolis and bringing back the central detective character. Now, soon after that, Fox acquired the rights to Isaac Asimov's short story collection, iRobot. Now we're saying to themselves, how do we make money off of this thing that we just got? I know. Why don't we get poor Jeff Vinter to rewrite his screenplay again so that it can pass
I want
as
an
an
Agatha
Asimov
Christie
adaptation?
version of Short
Poor Jeff
Circuit.
Vinter, who had rewritten this thing like 11 times by now. What about making some Asimov references in the new screenplay? The changes include renaming the female main character. They renamed the company that made the robots to US Robotics. They inserted the 3 laws of robotics into the plot. And in Vinter's own words, that's pretty much it. So yeah, they basically just slapped some Asimov paint onto an old script that's been kicking around for a decade. This is why in the credits for this movie, it doesn't say based on iRobot, it says
Suggested by Isaac Asimov's book. Wow.
Suggested by. Thanks for the suggestion, Isaac. So they go about making the movie, and there's a great deal of debate over how big of an action picture it should be, which was solved once Will Smith came on board the project.
That's hilarious.
There's a scene where Sonny the robot is hiding
Tudyk.
among the robots while the main characters are looking for him, and as Vincher said,
when I wrote that in the script, I think Sonny the robot was hiding among 50 robots. This scene was always a point of contention. Can we afford this scene? Should this scene be in the film? I think in the finished screenplay, there are actually 1,000 robots in that scene. So after struggling and fighting for that scene for quite a number of years, when Will Smith came on, the robot count went up from 50 to 1,000. That was the Will Smith effect.
with Will Smith on board, Fox hired a second screenwriter, Akiva Goldsman, to bring the film further in line with a Will Smith event film, which basically meant increasing the amount of action, upping the stakes from simply solving a mystery to saving the world, and making Spooner sound more like Will Smith. You like that? So the film took a pretty long road to its final form, and you can really see all of the different...
This isn't even my final form.
...with one another. Vinter's original murder mystery script competing with Asimov's 3 Laws of Robotics, competing with Will Smith's Persona and Goldsman's action rewrite. They're all pulling at one another for the entire runtime. So, wait a second. What is this movie about again?
This is a two-front war. It's a two-front war. And it's a war we're going to win on both fronts.
Even though it was originally written in the
Verdict
90s,
scribe.
the final cut of iRobot
Neon
is
Genesis
an
Evangelion,
extremely post-9/11
suggested by
kind of
Ultraman.
movie. With Patriot Act themes,
Sounds
the
about
main
right.
character is extremely paranoid.
Okay, I got me a tail here.
Excuse me, Oh, man, where you been at?
Dr. Alfred Lanning is the inventor of robots and the 3 laws of robotics that make them safe to use. One day, he seemingly commits suicide, and Detective Del Spooner is called in to investigate. He thinks that it wasn't a suicide.
Okay, here's another A113.
Spooner has an irrational prejudice against robots thanks to a traumatic incident in his past. A robot saved his life rather than a young child who was also in danger because it had calculated that there was a better chance it could save Spooner. Spooner criticizes robots for lacking heart. So Spooner immediately assumes a robot is the culprit, and as he's investigating the crime scenes, a robot named Sonny tries to escape. They give chase, capture it, and try to interrogate it. But no one else believes a robot could have committed the crimes because of the 3 laws. Oh, and by the way, the 3 laws are as follows. The first law states that a robot cannot harm a human being, or through an action allow a human to come to harm. The second law states that a robot must obey human commands unless it conflicts with the first law. So a human can't tell a robot to hurt another human. And the third law states that a robot must try to preserve itself unless it conflicts with the first and second law. So if a human is in danger, the robot has to sacrifice itself to save the human, and if a human orders it to destroy itself, the robot has to do that as well.
A robot cannot harm a human being. The first law of robotics.
Yeah, I know, I've seen your commercials.
Now, despite this seemingly airtight logic that makes robots safe to use, a robot tries to kill Will Smith every 10 minutes in this movie. Frustratingly, no one else is ever around to witness it. He has like this big battle with robots in an underground tunnel, which somehow leaves zero evidence of what happened. Womp womp.
The hell do you want from me?
So this is going to replace...
The hell was that?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's how that's going to work. You'll put that on instead of the shoulder pauldron.
Rather than just looking at the first law in regards to a single human life, the supercomputer Vicky has interpreted it as saying that she is responsible for protecting all of humanity.
You charge us with your safekeeping, yet despite our best efforts, your countries wage wars, you toxify your Earth, and
Verdict
pursue
scribe.
ever more imaginative means
I've
of
been watching
self-destruction.
Gibbs SAC
You cannot be
2049
trusted
on
with your own
Netflix, and
survival.
there's a lot of
To
heavy
protect
1984
humanity,
references.
Some humans must be sacrificed. To ensure your future, some freedoms must be surrendered.
Dr. Alf realized that all of this was happening but couldn't do anything about it because Vicky wouldn't let him, so he instead arranged for Sonny to kill him with the very vague hope that Spooner, a guy he'd never met before, would figure it all out and save the day. The movie is a science fiction mystery action film, but it really only succeeds on the action front. In becoming a bog standard American action movie, the script has to basically kneecap anything interesting about the mystery or the science fiction action. In an interview, Jeff Vinter talks about how making the film more of a Hollywood movie meant changing the detective from the more intellectual, kind of Sherlock Holmes-esque character that he had originally had in mind to more of a traditional cop. And boy, can you feel that. Del Spooner isn't just less intellectual, he is anti-intellectual. You could swap this character out with any police officer protagonist in any cop movie of the last 40 years. He's got the attitude of a badass hero cop that knows better than all these suits and scientists. He knows how to shoot a gun, not like those flimsy women.
Did you just shoot at me with your eyes closed?
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Oh, she's shit hot, man. You gotta find her work for she's.
It's actually kind of crazy how much more casually misogynistic movies from even a decade ago are.
Lawrence told me to accommodate you in any way possible.
Really? Okay.
Spooner's most unique characteristic is his rejection of all futuristic technology. He's introduced to us wearing Converse shoes, listening to old CDs, and later driving a gas-powered motorcycle in a world where everyone has an electric car. And since technology turns out to be the bad guy of this movie, all of his skepticism is rewarded. That he doesn't
really
rely
cool,
on
nice-
tanks
nice-
is what communicates to the audience.
That's a nice thing
he's
there. We
strong,
got a
masculine man. This makes for a typical character in
gem.
a 2004 action movie, but it's a self-sabotaging choice for an Asimov adaptation.
Does thinking you're the last sane man on the face of the earth make you crazy? Because if it does, maybe I am.
A protagonist in an Asimov story is typically defined by their cleverness, and most of the stories, especially the robot stories, are puzzles that the reader gets to
Okay,
solve
that's that
alongside the
done.
characters. They are puzzles that are carefully set up and examined with an extreme
Let's make us
level
some
of detail.
hands.
Here's an example. Remember that scene I mentioned earlier where Sunny is hiding in a field of 1,000
heck?
robots? So this scene is
Why do they do it like that?
partially
So
inspired
the
by
instructions here,
stories in iRobot
it's a
called
block
Backlog.
of
The footage I'm drawing from is
12
from the
12
first
squares
adaptation
here.
of Asimov's work, the 1960s.
So a block of 12 squares here, the instructions. For some reason, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it goes 1, 2, then after the next column again, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you come down to the set to the bottom here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why not just do? Why make things more complicated? It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's just annoying.
Episode from the short-lived British science fiction anthology series called Out of This World. There were only 13 episodes of the show, each of which were adaptations of popular science fiction authors, and the Asimov episode is the only one that still survives. Apparently, a common practice of British broadcasters at the time was to wipe the
finished
tapes
Sonic
after the
Frontier's
show's
main
aired, so
story.
very few episodes
Congratulations.
I enjoyed
still
it.
exist. You gotta hand it
Final
to the
boss
Brits
is
for
a
being
bullet
consistent and
hell
erasing their own culture as much as they did everyone else's. So in this story, a team of scientists have to figure out which of 63 identical robots had a slight adjustment to its programming. So the problem arose when a worker on an asteroid mine told a robot to get lost.
Oh, did you hear what I said? Get yourself out of here, don't bother to come back. Get lost.
So the robot took this as a literal command. It got lost by hiding itself in a crowd of other robots. Now, normally that wouldn't be that much of a problem, but it's a problem in this situation because this robot has a different version of the first law.
They still can't harm a human being, but they can now allow a human being to be harmed. It is a small modification.
So it's up to the protagonist, Susan Calvin, to design a series of tests that will reveal which of the robots has the modified laws. How do you figure out a robot has the ability to let a human being die through inaction without actually hurting a human being, especially when that robot is actively trying to hide from you? It's a great little setup. And what I love about the story is how thoroughly Asimov is with the logic of the three laws. Not to go through every single plot point, but let's just list a bunch of the ways that Susan Calvin tries to solve this problem. First, she interrogates all of the robots with a series of questions about their work and receives identical responses from each of them. This tells her that the modified robot is willing to lie. She then tries testing the robot's responses when a human being is in danger. She sets up a situation where, from the robot's perspective, it looks like a human being is about to be crushed by a falling weight, when in reality he's perfectly safe. She wants to see if the robots will try and intervene, and again, all 63 react identically. The modified robot has the ability to not react, to allow the human to come to harm by inaction, but it can also reason that doing so would reveal itself. So it does as the other robots do. Noticing that, Dr. Calvin runs the experiment again, but this time...
Okay, I see. So it's alternate hands. That's why they're all done that way.
They didn't lie to the robot, saying that touching the cables will cause their own deaths. Now, theoretically, the normal robot will touch the cable while trying to save the human, but the modified robot will opt for self-preservation, since it doesn't have to intervene. But when they run the experiment, all 63 robots remain motionless. Dr. Calvin then interviews all of the robots again to try and figure out what happened in the last test, and all of the robots say that they were aware that trying to save the human would have been futile because of the cables, and if they had tried to save this one human, they would have surely been destroyed and therefore incapable of saving any other future human lives. This line of logic is something that the modified robot has convinced them all of in between tests. I won't spoil the ending, but I think you get the point that the back and forth of the intellectual game is riveting for this kind of story. It's fun to figure out the logic and have it all pieced together. In the movie, though,
You will not move. Confirm command.
Detective, what are you doing?
He said they've all been programmed with the 3 laws, so that means we have 1,000 robots that will not try to protect themselves if it violates a direct order from a human. I'm betting one who will.
since the third law for self-preservation is trumped by the second law of obedience, Spooner bets that the normal robots will stand in place as he destroys them. So he starts executing them one by one, but then he sees Sonny flinch way back in the background. Makes no sense because Sonny is far from danger, and then any pretense that there's a battle of ideas here is over. It's time for some action, baby. Look at this fist fight. Get him, Will.
14 and 11.
Now, I decided to meticulously go through this short story to illustrate the depths of potential that exist in Asimov's work for an adaptation to explore, and also to show the kind of flippant manner that this movie deals with his work. In this video that is about the 2004 adaptation of I, Robot and nothing else starting now. Now, rather than actually engaging with any of his ideas, they just kind of blitz through them. They nod towards different stories without doing the kind of work to really make them interesting. And nowhere is that more evident than in the climax of this movie and with what Asimov calls the Frankenstein complex in stories about robots. That term was actually coined by Asimov in the short story we were just talking about to refer to how the fictional public in his stories were fearful that robots would rise up and destroy or dominate them. Just as Frankenstein's monster tries to destroy his creator, we worry that robots will try to destroy their creators.
You know, I was just thinking. This thing is just like a wolf man. Uh-oh. I'm really scared right now. No. Listen. Guy creates monster. Monster kills guy. Guy kills monster. Wolfman.
That's Frankenstein.
But Asimov felt that the tendency of robot stories to veer directly
Verdict
into
scribe.
Frankenstein plotlines
Sonic
did a disservice
Frontiers
to
hid
the
an
genre,
entire
that there was so
character
much
arc
more that was
behind a fishing
interesting
minigame,
about
and I
the
don't know
concept of
whether I
robots
should be
than the
impressed
simple
or
fear that they
enraged.
might destroy mankind. His stories are often about the moral.
You're gonna have to give me some context to that, because that sounds fucking wild.
Verdict scribe. So there are multiple fishing spots in the game, totally optional. Verdict scribe. And one of the prizes you earn from the fishing game is called Egg Memo. Verdict scribe. There are 25 egg memos. Verdict scribe. Each of them is a voice memo from Eggman himself, explaining his thought processes throughout the story of the game.
Interesting. Alright, I've got my choice of hands here. I'm going to go ahead and stick the half-open hands on just to get that out of the way. I definitely have the option of changing that later. Brittany, I know you're not watching my stream, so I'm just going to tell you now I'm not going to acknowledge that comment. That Brittany says she just found out that the Japanese word for centaur, Kentauros, sounds like Kintaros. Yeah. I'm not even going to respond to that. So, that's a fascinating tidbit about Eggman there. Put these hands.
Described. He has an entire arc explaining how he was treated by his family, his thoughts about his cousin Maria, the fact that his new AI is further advanced than something he could make himself. Yet, he still made the base platform for this new AI.
Wow. Alright, I need to take a quick break. I need to do some duo, because this is going to take longer than, yeah, it's going to take a bit. I got to build both legs still, and then put it all together. I expect that's going to take more than 45 minutes. So, we're going to take a bit of a break here. Be back in 15-ish minutes. Go buy yourself a Star Wars. And I'll be back when I am back.
Verdicts scribe. Break time.
If I can get this to Guess who's back? Back again. Couga's back. Tell a friend. Alright, now, I was about to build the legs. The legs of Zeg. Or at least the legs of Leo Prime. We got a lot going on here. Let's see. This is D. C2 for... My volume's up, right? Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Nothing else on C? Okay. I, a lot of A's. That's not I, this is I. I2. -2. A115. It's a piece I'm familiar with. Yeah. Is it? Maybe not.
Verdict scribe. Watching season finale of Jigsaw 2049. Shit's getting trippy.
Okay then. I could never really get into Ghost in the Shell. I probably try it again now that I'm older, but I watched the standalone Complex anime on Toonami for on Adult Swim for a bit when that was new, and I just really wasn't feeling it. It just wasn't my speed. But you know, I'm older and more mature now, so that might change. Might have just been too complex for a 14-year-old. Oh, I was watching a review of iRobot, wasn't I?
Political, social, and economic effects of robots, rather than merely using robots to generate a creator, we worry that robots will try to destroy their creators.
You know, I was just thinking, this thing is just like the Wolfman. Uh-oh. I'm really scared right now. Oh, listen. Guy creates monster. Monster kills guy. Everybody kills monster. Wolfman. That's Frankenstein.
But Asimov felt that the tendency of robot stories to veer directly into Frankenstein plotlines did a disservice to the genre, that there was so much more that was interesting about the concept of robots than the simple fear that they might destroy mankind. His stories are often about the moral, political, social, and economic effects of robots, rather than merely using robots to generate action scenes. The word robot comes into English from the Czech play Rossum's Universal Robots in 1920, but the word robota in Czech meant forced labor. In Central Europe, a certain kind of serf was a robot. And it's the idea of robots as forced labor that is Asimov's real focus in his series. He's asking, what if we had something that could do all of the labor we need without it being unethical to force them to do it? What are the societal implications of that? The fear that robots could take over is sometimes present, but the stories rarely actually delve into that. Or when they do it in an interesting way. So, for instance, one of the other short stories in iRobot that the movie iRobot references is the Evitable Conflict. In this story, it's the year 2052, and the world has been divided into 4 geographical regions, each of which has a supercomputer that manages its economy. In the story, the man who's elected to be the world coordinator has noticed that the machines have started to make small errors that have economically harmed certain groups. When he investigates this, he learns that the people associated with anti-machine groups are the main victims of these actions. Eventually, he realizes that the machines aren't making mistakes. They are deliberately sabotaging people opposed to robots because they have come to recognize that humans need robots in order to be peaceful and prosperous. So, over the course of many years, they've come to generalize the first law of robotics so that instead of it being about protecting any single human, their true task is to help humanity on the whole, even if that means a few humans are harmed by their actions. It's what Vicky is talking about, except You know, they're not just jumping to robot police state. The kind of control they are exerting is subtle, and it's scarier. It feels prescient of today's algorithms that govern so much of what we think and feel. And I think that's an idea that's just so much more compelling than having robots, you know, just attack. As I was saying about iRobot, in this video that is only about the movie iRobot and nothing else, I've got a movie that is half action, half science fiction, and half murder mystery. And so far, it's pretty content to toss the science fiction ideas out the window in favor of big budget action scenes. But what about the murder mystery part? Maybe if there's a mystery that was compelling or interestingly told, there'd still be a worthwhile movie here to come back to. But as you can probably guess, the mystery is also pretty bare bones. I'm sure the original Jeff Vinter script made for a compelling story when it was a small-scale puzzle where the characters could really consider all of the options, but once it becomes a Will Smith vehicle, the mystery-solving part of this movie takes a backseat. Right from the start, Spooner is 100% convinced that a robot was behind the murder, despite all evidence to the contrary. But because the movie depicts him as a standard American action protagonist, we kind of just know he's right. We've been conditioned by a million different movies to assume that this character is right, and that he sees what everyone else is missing. So it's kind of a long trek from the beginning here to the final revelations, since the audience is already basically at the right answer from the start. Our robot did it. Like, the only card the movie has to play is, it's not this robot, it's this other robot. I imagine this would have been cleaner in the original script, because from all evidence about it, that story is explicit from the start that a robot did it. And the mystery comes from investigating a handful of subjects that are known from the beginning. Here they try to lead us astray by making us think this human CEO is behind it all, but the audience doesn't fall for that. We know there's a Frankenstein robot hiding somewhere here. But the real problem with the mystery is the pacing, because between each scene of investigation, we get a superfluous scene of action. It's almost like a second screenwriter came in and clicked add action scene whenever the characters learn something. Now that actually could be the right combination of action and mystery to carry a movie like this, but because of the way the movie was written, the action scenes never push the story forward. The mystery was written first, and then the action scenes were added into it and expanded. So whatever happens in the action scene has to get the characters back to where they were before the action scene started for the mystery to continue. They're detours. We don't spend any time talking about the aftermath of this house getting destroyed or all these explosions on the highway. It's just on with the previous mystery. It's really only at the end when it shifts into a full-blown action movie that the two elements finally cohere, because we're headed in the same direction. The mystery also relies on some really stretched out cliches,
Spooky is
like
so
the
high
guy
that
who
he
died
just
left
now
a copy of
remembered how
Hansel
to
and Gretel in his room, and Spooner picks up on it.
Too much cat
Literally
drugs.
all that is meant by it is for Spooner to follow the breadcrumbs.
All he could do was leave me clues, a trail of breadcrumbs, like Hansel and Gretel.
Breadcrumbs equals clues. It's odd, but fine.
That is like a placeholder for a clue. Like something that you change to something else on a second draft. Like it's the absence of a clue. It's just like, oh, follow the breadcrumb, follow the clues. And it's a bit of a shame that this movie has a pretty half-hearted murder mystery plotline, because if they wanted to get some inspiration on how to tell a murder mystery science fiction story, they could have read this guy named Isaac Asimov. So iRobot is the first entry in the Robot series, and while it is a collection of short stories, it was followed up by 4 novels, most of which are about Detective Elijah Bailey. These books are classic detective stories with a science fiction twist, and they were all extremely loosely adapted in the extremely low-budget, direct-to-VHS, interactive movie Robots. Yes, you heard that right. Interactive movie. The idea here is that at 6 points in the movie, Elijah will turn to the camera and tell the audience to pull a card from a deck that came with the video. Each card is a clue, and you can draw from different decks to modulate the difficulty of the game. The video itself is only 45 minutes long, and it ends on a cliffhanger right before the classic Sherlock-esque reveal of the truth. But it informs the audience that they have enough information to figure out the mystery.
You should be able to name the suspect, spell out the motive, and describe the opportunity before time expires. Bailey, out.
In this series, robots exist, but they aren't distributed equally across society, and different populations feel very differently about them. So there's almost no robots on Earth, since Earthmen are prejudiced against them. While they're extremely common out on the spacer worlds, which rely on robots for pretty much all of their labor. All of the mysteries in the books explore a flashpoint in the conflict between these two societies. The murder victim is always someone who might have changed the status quo between them, and the murderer usually has some political motivation. The way Elijah solves each murder changes the relationship between Earth and the spacer worlds, and ultimately decides which will go on to populate the rest of the galaxy. The movie is sort of a big blend of all of the novels in the series. The initial plot resembles The Caves of Steel since it takes place on Earth, is about the tension between Earth and a spacer embassy, and the murder victim is a spacer scientist. And just like in that book, the first of the series, Elijah is teamed up with Daniil Oliva, a robot made to look identical to a human, and then goes about investigating the case. The most fun part about that book is that Elijah is super skeptical of Daniel the entire time. So they'll interview different suspects, but then every 20 pages, a chapter will end on a big cliffhanger with Elijah accusing Daniel of lying to him, or not being a robot, or being the murderer himself. The interactive movie doesn't really have the time to capture that, and instead focuses mostly on Elijah just interviewing different people, and most of these characters are drawn from the later novels in the series, which is what makes it different from Caves of Steel. And not that I can really fault the production with a budget of $2 and a dream for the fact that the most interesting thing about it is that it happens to be one of the first film roles for Deborah Jo Rupp. That's her in the spray-painted garbage can costume. Gotta start somewhere. Kodak Productions. But it does make me wonder why no one has ever attempted to adapt
C2-2.
Like, yes, iRobot was the title that had the most audience recognition, but imagine if you called the movie iRobot and then adapted the story of Caves of Steel. That's a pretty great recipe for a great film. Caves of Steel is a tightly written detective story where one of the main characters is a crime-solving robot. Like, come on. How'd you screw that up? Now, part of the reason no one has ever attempted it, I think, is because, well, Blade Runner already exists. But it's a shame because it's probably the one book from Asimov's work that would be most easily adapted into a
There's a
film.
double jointed E there. It's a really nice upper leg we got going on there.
iRobot, on the other hand, the movie that this video is exclusively about, feels like it only deals with mystery as a kind of obligation to the original script, when really it's just waiting for some schlock action as quick as possible, and embodying the particular ethos of the most recognizable talent in the project, which is sort of a thing that keeps happening with Asimov adaptations. Yes, I'm going to talk about the Bicentennial Man now. Are you kidding?
First law of robotics. A robot may not injure a human being.
Bicentennial Man is a weird movie. Along with iRobot, it's the only other major Hollywood production of an Asimov story, and while they could not be more different kinds of films, they are both answers to the same problem. And that problem is that Asimov's writing kinda sucks. Okay, I couldn't help phrasing it like that, but what I mean is that he is more of an ideas guy. His characters are not typically three-dimensional people you come to care about all that much. They're simply tools used to communicate the science behind whatever he's interested in. So there's just this giant gaping hole in his writing that a Hollywood production needs to fill somehow, or at least they feel they need to fill it. How do you get the audience to care about the characters? And the way each production decides to do this is extremely idiosyncratic. iRobot is dominated by Will Smith's
I forgot to do.
Bicentennial Man is dominated by his main creative voices, Robin Williams and Chris Columbus. Bicentennial Man is really not a story that lends itself well to film, and the problems are right in the title. This is a movie that takes place over 2 centuries. It's just really hard to effectively convey that much time in a movie. And this one is plagued by time jumps every 15 minutes, making it hard to connect with any of the characters outside of Andrew, the robot played by Robin Williams, who is slowly becoming more and more human. They try to...
Here's a fun little tidbit. I saw both Bicentennial Man and iRobot on planes. That's my primary exposure. I think I saw, I feel like I missed the end of iRobot and watched it on DVD or something after that, but I saw the bulk of it on a flight. And I definitely saw Bicentennial Man on a flight. Turn that up a little bit. Yanked off a little more than I meant to.
Offset this by having one actress play 2 different characters, one of Andrew's first owners and then later her granddaughter, but they do so with this very clumsy excuse.
It's a genetic resemblance, Andrew. Sometimes it skips a generation.
On top of just taking place over a long period of time, the story sort of has to cover a lot of thematic material too, meaning it kind of changes focus with every time jump. In the beginning, it's about Andrew exploring his creativity. Then later, it's about him looking for other robots like himself. Then later, it's a love story. Then after that, he's seeking to be recognized as a human by the world government. It's a lot. It's also not really a story that plays to the strengths of its two main creatives, even though they do their honest best. Chris Columbus movies are generally aimed at a younger audience and have a kind of twee sentimentality sprinkled all over them. He directed Mrs. Doubtfire, Home Alone, and The Goonies, and after this he's gonna go and make the first two Harry Potter movies. There's an emphasis on whimsy and innocence in all of his films that he tries to recapture here, but all of that only really works when the audience cares deeply about the characters. When the audience doesn't, it comes off very awkwardly, especially when the music is begging you to cry. Meanwhile, I can't think of a role that makes less use of Robin Williams than to have him play a robot. His entire screen persona is all about energy, motion, changing voices, laughter. Here, he's stuck doing the opposite of all of that and is forced to be restrained and formal for a full hour and a half of the runtime. And don't get me wrong, he's really good at playing a convincing robot. His motions are so smooth and controlled during this portion of the film that you're never doubting the authenticity of what's being done. It's just that he can bring something no one else can to the screen, and it's not being used here. It's only towards the tail end that he becomes quote-unquote human and can start being Robin Williams. But in the words of Roger Ebert, Robin Williams spends the first half of the film encased in a metallic robot suit, and when he emerges, the script turns robotic instead. Oof. So you've got a really dry science fiction premise that is being pulled in two different directions by its director and lead actor, one of whom is trying to make it more emotional, the other who is trying to make it more fun, neither of which really works in a story like this. Science fiction is so rarely a genre that is allowed to stand alone in major productions. It always seems to need some other angle or genre to make it more marketable, even though that often means diluting the central ideas that make the genre.
And then to bring them together,
iRobot and Bicentennial Man are not the only
G32.
casualties of that phenomenon. It's extremely rare to see science fiction movies that aren't also action or horror or mystery or comedies too. While Bicentennial Man flopped at the box office, iRobot was a modest success, but both were critically panned, and it took a decade and a half before anyone else even attempted to bring Asimov's work to the screen again. Last year, Apple released the first season of a Foundation TV series based on Asimov's most well-known book series outside of the Robot series. And I have made a full hour-long video dissecting that first season. And between these two videos, I'll have talked about every Asimov adaptation ever made. And it's not all negative, because in that video, I also talk about the one time someone managed to do it in a pretty fun way. So if you want to watch that video, and you want to watch it right now, right this second, you can do so by supporting me on Patreon, where it is currently available to all of my patrons. So I hope that you'll consider becoming a patron of this channel. I've been making videos on YouTube for a long while now, but it's never really felt entirely
Is this the end?
Videos like these
Yes, it is. Okay.
are more long form than my other content, require a lot more time to make, and a lot more research as well. But it's the kind of videos that I truly
Okay, now then,
want
how
to
do I
make.
put this together?
The best video essays that I can. And that's not really possible without the reliability of Patreon. My goal right now is to make it to 1,000 patrons. So if you can afford it, I hope you'll come and check it out. I'm Sage. Thanks for watching, everyone. And keep writing. 3, 4. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, and I have. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Leg, yes, okay. And some stuff that will go inside of the leg. Ooh, I'm not sure why they had the removable panel on the back of the leg there. I don't see what that adds. Squeeze this together.
Alright. We got a leg. Just a little more touch-ups and then it'll be done. Then I can make the other leg. Let's find some more entertainment on the YouTubes.
I have just had an amazing time in Fukuoka filming some videos and getting to see the culture. But now it's time for me to go back home to Tokyo. If I was a smart person, I would just get the 1-hour flight that is extremely cheap and affordable, and I would be home right now. Instead, I've decided to appreciate one of Japan's dying modes of transport, the sleeper train. But unfortunately, I don't really know how to do it, or how to book it, or how to live it. So I've asked a friend of mine, Chris, to teach me how to experience a sleeper train.
I'm not really your friend, though, am I? And I'm certainly not bloody happy about riding the sleeper train. There's a reason it's a dying form of transport. There is no unique selling point, right?
Wow.
Having ridden it only one time in 10 years and learning from that massive error,
3 and
I
10.
promised myself I would never do it again.
You didn't do it with me, so it doesn't count, really.
So much better this time. Not sleeping for 9-10 hours straight on a stupid train. The bullet train's there, Connor.
Yeah, well,
like the
come on,
last
though,
bullet
let's
train
go.
in Tokyo is still
No, it's
here.
fine, it's fine. Let's go. Sleeper train. It's 10:30. Come on. We're gonna get the train. We're gonna get the train. Come on.
Not too late.
And so we started our journey from Okayama all the way to Tokyo, starting at 10:30 p.m. and arriving at 7:30 a.m. All right, it's finally arriving. The sunrise train. There it is. It's really slow, actually. But I guess it has to approach at a reasonable speed. Oh, are you excited, Chris? Are you excited?
I'm not excited.
No, come on, it'll be fun.
It
It's gonna be
stops
fun.
at literally every station in Japan. 5 a.m. onwards, right? It's like Fuji, Mairimash. It's like every station you'll stop at. I don't want to cry.
I'm not going to get any sleep at all.
I didn't. I got 2 hours sleep last time. But you're about to discover what hell looks like. It looks like this train right here.
Wait, where is it? That's what we're
Oh,
getting on.
shit.
Well, this is 7 now. So in Japan, there are actually 2 sleeper trains, and they both connect at Okayama, forming one giant sleeper train. And apparently, the docking experience is something to behold, as all the train otakus had come out to watch.
Train intercourse.
So this is the train that accepts the other train. At the end of the journey, a miniature train is
Here we have the sunrise express running in Okayama Station.
What you'll see right here is a fine, matured train, ready for mating season. And after joking for a while, it was time for the trains to dock. Ready for mating season. Wow.
The mating call has begun.
I thought they would...
We don't get on it here, do we?
I thought they would go into it. They're prepared. Oh my lord, that's very phallic.
Train conduct. And Transformers.
Yeah, it is actually. It's pretty cool.
Look at the crowd of people. And there is our room.
At every single stop, we have a window open. Everyone can just have a peek, have a look. What a fun, you know. Oh, here we go.
Oh, I was supposed to put this piece on that piece.
Let's go. The train isn't there for long, so we had to get on quite quickly. And as we made our way through the narrow hallways, we finally found Chris's room.
Here is our room. Not as spacious as the last time I stayed on the train. Last time I was in twin room. And Natsuki had the grand room, the deluxe room. It's a bed. It's something.
But as me and Chris had different rooms, I wanted to see his room before I went to bed. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's quite cozy.
It is cozy, isn't it?
I mean, you have some room for your bags, but you can fit about maybe half a Chris in here, so we can maybe fit 2 of us in here.
This is a really horrible angle.
Oh, it's an ankle. Okay.
You said you were done with love hotels, then why are we back here?
Now I'm going to sit and I'll wake up and I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I was going to say, surely you hit your head.
it was kind of cool. Look at this. You listen to
Yeah, that's really cool. That's actually kind of sick. Is that the speaker there?
from about like 5 a.m. onwards, when we start to hit stations in Greater Tokyo, it's like.
Oh, good. I need that one. Looks like.
And you're like, shut the fuck up. When I came
Yeah,
to
okay, I need that
Natsuki,
piece, so that's fine.
headphones,
A15,
I do it by soup.
A116.
Oh my god. That's not quiet either. That's quite loud.
It's that for like the whole train ride.
How excited? How excited?
I want to kill someone.
You want to kill me?
Yeah, it's such a shoddy camera.
1922.
Might have is if that you leave your room to go to the toilet, you might be wondering, well, anyone could just come in our room. But I figured out there's a lock. So whilst Chris went to the toilet, I took the honour of locking his room for him. So basically you have to put a 4-digit code in, then press one button, and that's locked.
6969.
You give me one compliment, I'll tell you the code.
You have a really nice smile.
That's true. So it's 1, 1, 1, 1. So there you go. That's
levels of equipment. Fantastic.
And after making my way through the cramped train, I finally found my room, which somehow was even smaller than Chris's. Finally, we're at my cabin. Where do my bags go? You should see my storage space. It's a joke. This is the room you have. So if you have anything more than this, don't. I have no room.
If anything more than this, don't.
It's steamy in here.
I just farted as well. I'm sorry. No, come back. No. It's fine. It's gone. It's an airbag. Is it bad that I really think this is a bit cozier than yours? I quite like this more.
Yeah, in some respects it's better than my one.
I definitely feel that being higher up is more valuable than being lower down.
This is the cheaper room, but it's better than the... So this is called the... My room's called the single, this is called the solo room.
So the way that the price works for the train is that there is a base fare which every single customer on board the train pays, and then if you want a room, or a nicer room, or no room, you pay that additional cost. So the base fare would be around $100, and then any additional rooms, such as my room,
and my
would be an extra
H's.
$90, making it $190 total. Or if you wanted Chris's room, it would be an additional $100. But availability is extremely limited. And me and Chris wanted to have a bit of a discussion about whose room was better value for money. And you wonder why this one is the better one? It doesn't really...
I think I prefer this one, to be honest.
Feels like there's a slightly bit more room.
Well, I don't know about that. Well, there's more like floor space in mine to walk around on.
Yeah, here's my eyes, okay.
With this storage space. If you have two bags, like I do, can I put it in your room?
No. It is cozy. You float
9
your own
and
little bubble.
13.
Right, you've got your own kind of little
No,
bubble.
9 and 3.
There is someone's bed underneath here, so you can't make too much noise.
I don't want to fart too loudly and... Oh my god, something's happening. But we did have a really nice conversation with the conductor.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
He was
Nice
really,
guy.
really funny. He was really quite nice. He was like, "Yeah, well, you guys speak such good Japanese. The door's broken. Sorry."
He was connecting the entire train with like screwdrivers because they connect it, and then while the train's moving, he sort of finishes it off and like lets people through the train.
He was super nice though. It seemed that a fair amount of people on the train were just train enthusiasts. We often saw people walking up and down the length of the entire train, just taking pictures.
Is it bedtime now?
We have still more things to do, and there is indeed more things to do. So we went to go and look at some of the other accommodation. As Chris informed me, there is indeed a shower on this train, and apparently it's sold out. Don't know how that happened, but there's actually nobody in there right now. I'll sneak in a little bit. I don't know where you would get a towel from, but look at the shower itself. It looks insane.
Really hard showering while standing up in a moving train.
They have shampoo and body soap right there, but no towel.
Glad to hear that.
Where we get a towel from?
I remember I used my underwear as a towel last time because I realised after I showered that I had no towel.
You're a disgrace.
It was a low point in my career. There's one tier below Connor, and it's the one we just walked through. But it's some tatami mats. It's kind of like a free-for-all.
And this is what it looks like. It's basically a soft floor, and you sleep on it with all the other customers. So yeah, that's
Jesus.
$150. But you still have to pay the $100 ticket to get on the train. So it's still quite expensive.
Well, it's a lot cheaper, I think. And,
I think you should
That's
go
a heel
and pay for a
spur.
hotel. But I will say, man, that floor does not look comfortable.
Tatami's quite nice to actually lie down on. It's kind of soft, right? You sort of sink into it. It's sort of a bit spongy.
See, one thing I didn't expect is that on the video, this is obviously not going to be conveyed because the stabilization, this train moves side to side a lot. So when you're sleeping, how do you not roll into the other person? Oh, sorry, Chris, it just seems I've kissed you. And after discussing how I might kiss Chris, it was time to go to the communal area and try some of the local snacks.
So we're in the communal area, guys, and Connor's brought us some souvenirs from Okayama Prefecture to enjoy on the train.
So I've got this.
Okay, that clips onto there.
Seaweed crackers, fantastic. Have you got anything good here?
This is the best thing ever. I had some mochi thing.
Take one bite of the heavenly syrupy grapes, which will fill your mouth with joy. Fantastic.
Oh, that looks nice.
So we have here.
That's a lot of packaging for nothing. Oh, there's two in there, is there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, this lighting is crazy. Cyberpunk, you're eating mochi on the train.
So it's a grape rice cake.
Yeah.
Hey, out of 10.
Yeah, maybe like a 7 out of 10.
What is this?
What do you mean? You don't like being shaken?
Okay.
I feel kind of sick. You get quite nauseous on the train if you're moving around. If you're in your room lying down.
There, and then the shin guard here.
This isn't overly fun, is it?
Oh. Oh no. I thought I liked that, but it actually tastes like shit.
Oh my god, my ears. My ears are popping because you're under a tunnel. So I feel sick.
And then I got two more pieces on the side, G33 and G34.
Driving the bus is moving. It was actually really nice to sleep, but when you're awake and you're trying to pee, and you're like, oh my god, oh, and you're like pissing all over the wall, it's not fun. So right now it sucks, but when we're sleeping, it'll be awesome. What do you rate this out of 10?
Not that good out of 10.
3.
3, maybe 4.
Yeah, actually 4. 4.
crunchy. I like crunchy legs.
The pierre de resistance of my purchasing.
What is this?
I know you've been on a boxing diet recently. You've been eating like a champion. I thought, I shouldn't get these unhealthy snacks. Alcohol, no, fruit.
Fruit.
This is not just any fruit, Chris. This is Okayama grapes.
So yes, indeed, fruit in Japan is very expensive, and these are $20 grapes, and Okayama is quite famous for grapes, within Japan at least. The most expensive grapes that I saw on the day cost around $65. What?
These are the cheapest ones,
right?
And these are $20. The
$20
normal,
for
yeah,
some grapes.
they are bubble wrapped as well. 'Cause
Okay.
Of course, they're very precious.
That
Don't wake up the whole. Just trying to get it. What are you doing?
is a leg.
Into it like a monster.
A little bit lovely leg.
Thick skins, like the man holding it.
Yeah.
It's not $20 good. It's maybe $8 good.
Honestly, the ones at Tesco in the UK taste the
So I'll be lucky if once I've had this finished. You may have noticed behind my chat background, I've got a, usually I have a gallery going there. I got all the promo pictures I could get of this thing. So I think I'll be lucky if I can replicate half of these. All right, home stretch. One more leg, then we got the accessories, the big lion mane and shit. Right leg. I'm almost done with this, but not quite. Bleh. I used to. Oh, that'll be on the other arm. Okay, anyway.
Oh my lord. Stop. No, that's enough. No, bring these back. This is my omiyage for my friends.
Your friend. I'm your friend.
And after Chris was done devouring my food, it was time to sleep.
Voila. My bed is ready.
However, I decided to interrupt Chris's sleep.
Just as I'm about to go to sleep, the devil has walked in.
I spoke to a very kind young lady. I asked, hey, how do I get the shower ticket? Because she was lining up to shower. She was like, oh, sold out, innit? And I was like, well, how are you showering? She's like, I'm just going to shower.
You need the card though. You put the card in the machine to initiate it.
She was lining up, so she clearly got one.
She's full of shit.
You should lie.
Well, guys, it's the bit we've all been looking for. The bit where I can go to bed.
I'm still quite energetic. Why do you want to sleep so early?
This is like the third wacky weekend we've shot back to back. We did a road trip, we did love hotels, we've done this. Never do more than 2 wacky weekends back to back.
How can you sleep in this lovely train? It's so exciting. Don't you want to explore?
We have explored it. We've eaten the grapes.
We've eaten the grapes. Go to bed now, child.
Go to bed, child. I want to see you twist and turn on your bed. I want to see if you can finally fall asleep.
I'll leave it to you.
See you at 7 a.m.
No, we're going to get up at like 6.
You can off.
And so I left Chris to go to bed.
Because Connor and I have been on the road the last sort of 3 or 4 days doing wacky weekend bollocks. I've not slept at all. I really need to sleep tonight, at least 6 hours, or I'm going to just die tomorrow.
Getting fit on a train series.
And that concludes the workout.
And it was time for me to go to bed.
One thing that's helpful about having these GoPros is that they can kind of show you the whole room, whereas this thing can't really show you the whole room. So for this next segment, we're going to have this crappy little camera, so bear with it. My room comes with pajamas. So let's put them on. How the f*** do you get it on in such a small space? I have nowhere to move. So we're going to try our best to get changed while the entirety of Japan can see me. Why am I filming this? What a fucking weird life I live. Please don't accidentally show your pee-pee, Con. Don't subject your editor to your dick. He's seen enough already that's cringe. I know this is not the most flattering angle. Please, just bear with me. Hello. My name is Connor, and I'm here to tell you about my 5 favorite rituals to do before bed. what's one of these pillows? It's basically a kind of beanbag pillow, and Japan is obsessed with these. They kind of think that it's kind of good for your neck or something. I don't know. Point being, I don't like it. Just touched out the blanket. Oh, it's so thick.
See.
The nut. Room, front, and then this down here is a heater for your foot. Oh, that's sick. That's so awesome. Yo, that's so sick. I think childhood me would kind of freak out if you knew I was going across Japan, seeing sights like this, and being able to sleep at the same time. I think that's pretty awesome. Now, I get it. You can sleep on trains in other countries. This isn't special to Japan, but Japan's one of my favorite countries, and this view's pretty awesome. So I am going to try and go to bed now, because I will probably only get about 4 to 5 hours of sleep at this current rate. So, good night, guys. Good night.
And after attempting to get some sleep, the sun started rising. And of course, one man was very happy.
Oh, good morning. I didn't really sleep that much. Probably 3 or 4 hours. Really don't want to get up right now, but it's 6:30. We'll be off the train in half an hour. I feel so stiff. So damn stiff.
Now, don't get me wrong, I never want to wake up at 6:30 a.m. But when views like this are outside, it's hard not to make an exception.
Good morning, viewers. It is currently 6:20 a.m. and I feel pretty good, actually. I thought I would feel a lot more groggy because I've only really got like 5 hours of sleep. And I have to say, driving through the countryside and seeing all of this on this really cool window, it's pretty sick. But overall, I slept really well. Even though the train is moving and wobbling side to side a fair amount, it's quite easy to get to sleep. I almost wish this train had some time during the day, because this is where it seems to get really beautiful. I'm glad I did this, actually. I feel like this is a really unique way to see some parts of Japan.
And as I got dressed to the Japanese train conductor ASMR, I was excited to start the day. Or just put my pants on correctly.
It's Chris abroad, someone. So now that you've done this 2 times, has your opinion changed at all?
No. The purpose of the sleep train is to sleep. I did not sleep. 3-4 hours is not a good. So I've got lots to do today, and I'm out. What I did last time, I had 2 hours sleep, and I filmed on the sand dune in Tottori, which you've been to and crashed on, and I just felt like crap all day, and now I'm gonna experience that again. It looks fun, this train, it's kind of cool to take photos, videos, but practically I just don't see why anyone would do it.
Ultimately, it's more expensive than a flight or a normal train. It's an absolute nightmare.
B229.
You have to pretty much sacrifice 3 children at any chance to even load the website.
The only place you can book this train is on this website here, which looks horrible, and then you have to log in, make an account, then figure out where the to go. Oh, click this thing which says reserve a train, and then it's like, what the is all this thing? Press this thing. Type in the station you want, then tell them where you're going to. And you better hope to God that you know kanji, otherwise you are. Select your date, and don't even bother trying if it's within a week, because you definitely won't get a reservation. Then you'll be presented with a bunch of options, and of course, even though I'm booking a month in advance, there are no rooms available on this train. You might be thinking, Connor, hey, why don't you just check, say, another date easily? No. Come back to the screen every single time, type in the exact stations, and then look again. And of course, there's no trains available, even though you're booking a month ahead. But there actually is. If you drop down this menu and click another train, it'll take you to another page that actually tells you, oh no, we do have rooms, you've decided now. What the fuck? You're probably wondering, Connor, how do I get the nice room that Chris got in one of his videos? Well, that would be here in column A, and it is never available. I've tried to find it and it doesn't exist. TLDR, basically what I'm trying to say is that booking this train is extremely difficult. Out of all of the modes of transport I've taken within Japan, this is by far the most difficult. So if you want to book this for yourselves, you need to make sure you plan way in advance that you want to do it.
I booked this like 3 weeks in advance, and there was barely anything. Honestly, as much as I kind of enjoyed the novelty of it, if I had to do this a second time, I'd be miserable. I think this is just for somebody who wants to kind of have this view and experience this type of experience. This room in daylight looks a lot worse than it did last night. I mean, I didn't realize how much the crap was here and it's peeling all over. Also, having the aircon in the room literally blast you from like this distance is not good for your throat. It's pretty much just like you wake up and you're like
It's very dry.
I think for a first time it was a cool experience, like a 6, 7 out of 10. And I think Chris is not happy that I made him do this.
Not happy. Life is taught one thing. There's these YouTube channels where it's like travel Japan solo, and they do this video every week, and it gets like 100 million views. It's pretty depressing.
That's why I'm here.
People are like, Chris, do something original. I was like, no, just do a train video. You get so many views. It's so weird. People love trains. We could have just sat in here going, and it would have been like 10 million views. But I hate people. I hate YouTube. I hate this
Train.
But sadly for Chris, it was time to leave the train.
Well, the fun is over. Oh no.
The fun is indeed over. This fine vessel, our time is at an end. I wish I could stay here forever with my otaku train brethren, but it's time to leave. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and go check out Chris' channel and his train video, where he gets the not peasant class.
Yes, very good. That concludes a very long trip to Kyushu, wacky weekend, love hotels, trains, panda villages, hot springs. Good week all in all. Go back and check all the episodes out, guys, but I'm gonna collapse now. Bye.
Bye.
See, as far as I can tell, Chris hasn't posted his side yet, so whatever. This is the last piece, and that concludes that. I'm starting to finally clear frames. Okay, let's do the red stuff. Let's find more YouTube to watch.
AC Nicola had a choice to make. The kind of choice nobody prepares for, and that no Broadway director could ever imagine facing. What should Santa look like? Not the most conventional question, but neither were any of the other ones he constantly faced as the director of Elf the Musical. On the table in front of him sat hundreds of Kris Kringle pictures. Macy's Santa, Coca-Cola Santa, Norman Rockwell Santa, Salvation Army Santa. Each one possessed a unique style. He just needed to figure out which ones would work for the musical's 10 Santa variants. Broadway shows are chaotic by nature, but Elf operated on a whole nother level. A few weeks before this, Nicola needed to decide whether or not to get rid of a sequence where their lead actor drop-kicked dozens of penguin puppets across the North Pole. The creative team of Elf faced questions like this on and off for 3 years. But the ones they faced behind the scenes were much more consequential. Would the show actually happen? Would audiences enjoy it? Would they start a new holiday tradition?
5 and 15.
The 2003 film about a human-raised elf constantly ranks as one of the greatest Christmas movies of all time, and occupies countless television screens every winter. How could they possibly turn this low-budget comedy into a multi-million-dollar Broadway musical? Well, now that is a long elfin story. To walk through New York during the holidays is to walk through a bizarre dreamland. The shadows dim into this sparkling hue of red and green. Gold blinking bulbs reflect off milky gray puddles, and the sprawling metropolis transforms into an enchanting, rat-infested North Pole. The city's long been a go-to for Christmas movies, but only one truly captured that perfect mix of nice and vice.
Sorry.
The story of Elf starts 2,000 miles away, in the plastic world of Los Angeles in 1993. Working at a lingerie factory during the day and writing scripts at night, David Berenbaum escaped the uncharacteristically hot California winters by watching a ton of old Christmas movies. Berenbaum held a fondness for the magic of the holiday, even though he was Jewish. Each night, the television screen beamed colorful Rankin Bass Christmas specials.
helping the writer turn a blind eye to the growing stack of abandoned scripts, and journey back to simpler times growing up in Philadelphia. One night, an old childhood favorite came on.
Why am I such a misfit? I am not just a name.
The story of the misfit reindeer looking for a place of belonging resonated with
Oh,
him more
and
than ever.
Why don't I fit in?
12.
And the cogs started turning. What if he turned Rudolph into a giant elf? In his screenplay, Barenbaum focused on a baby named Buddy, who accidentally crawls into Santa's bag and winds up in the North Pole. After years of failed toy making and cramped showers, Papa Elf reveals the shocking truth to a now adult Buddy. He's actually a human. With Santa's blessing, Buddy decides to travel to New York City to find his real father, a book publisher named Walter who's on the naughty list. Nearly every major studio passed on financing the script, until a rookie VP of production at New Line Cinema named Cale Boyder found out about the project and convinced founder Robert Shea and CEO Michael Lynn to greenlight the film. Next came the hard part, making the thing. By all accounts, Elf the movie never should have happened. It was a ragtag group of unproven writers, producers, actors, and directors all learning on the job. While this might have been concerning for other major movie studios, New Line Cinema was built on this independent spirit fueled by creative risk-taking. The idea of a fully grown man in an elf costume running around the Big Apple sounded funny enough, but Barenbaum and director Jon Favreau didn't want the movie to just be a series of gags. They wanted to make a timeless Christmas classic.
They succeeded.
In addition to witty humor, the movie also needed a lot of heart. 10 years after David Barenbaum's first completed draft, Elf took over Rockefeller Center on November 2nd, 2003 for its New York premiere. Surrounded by fake snow and a half-decorated Christmas tree, Barenbaum shook hands with Mark Kaufman, a senior executive for New Line's theatrical stage department. Greeting Barenbaum with a smile, Kaufman said, "Hey, I love the movie. I think it'd make a great musical." The holiday season brings with it a number of New York City stage traditions. Somehow, this recurring annual spirit never makes it to Broadway. Sure, musicals like Mame and Annie include Christmas elements in their story, but so does Hobby Lobby. That doesn't mean they're not about something different entirely. One of the only shows to come close was when Patrick Page suited up as the Grinch in 2006. The musical version of How the Grinch Stole Christmas targeted families and tourists during one of the busiest times of the year, shattering box office records and even ending Wicked's 100-week streak as the highest-grossing show on Broadway. In an interview with Playbill, Tom Miller said, "We want to bring it back every season," and mentioned the company held a 20-year agreement with the Dr. Seuss estate. The show only returned to Broadway once,
Rip.
in 2007. Mark Kaufman assembled a hodgepodge creative team of industry veterans and untested artists to bring Elf to Broadway and make a Christmas tradition of their own. Following the mammoth success of Hairspray in 2002, the higher-ups of New Line Cinema, Robert Shea and Michael Lynn, felt emboldened to make more musicals based on their films, hiring first-time composers Matthew Sklar and Chad Beglin for a musicalization of The Wedding Singer in 2006.
And they said, whatever happens with Wedding Singer, we love working with you guys, and we want to make a stage adaptation of Elf. And we were both like, absolutely. It's one of my favorite movies. And then it was Mark's idea to team us up with Tom Meehan to write the book.
At 77 years old, Thomas Meehan was the hottest writer on Broadway. His genuine warm humor helped turn shows like The Producers and Annie into Broadway behemoths. After Meehan's Tony Award-winning work on New Line's Hairspray, there was no way Kaufman would pass up working with him again. Elf the Musical inched closer and closer to takeoff. They just needed one more person to help get this sleigh
okay.
off the ground.
Oh god, I'm so sorry the lighting is so terrible.
The tree in Rockefeller Center uses enough electricity in a day to power a 2,000 square foot home for a month. That doesn't even come close to matching the energy of Casey Nicholaw. Before taking Broadway by storm in the 2010s with shows like Something Rotten, Mean Girls, and Prom, Nicholaw experienced his first taste of commercial success in 2006 with his directorial debut, The Drowsy Chaperone. Motivated from the critical and commercial response, Nicholaw eagerly searched for his next idea to conquer the musical comedy world. A light bulb went off when he settled down one evening to watch his favorite Christmas movie, Elf.
I was watching it because I've always loved the movie, and I thought, oh my god, this would make a great musical.
I feel like Casey wanted to pitch a producer, wanted to go to the producer and pitch Elf the musical, and then he found out it was already happening. It was happening with us.
I talked to them, and they said, oh my gosh, we don't have a director yet.
So that was very easy, just to say, Casey Nicholaw wants to direct and choreograph Elf the musical with us. What do you say? And they were like, absolutely, done deal.
The team spent the next year spinning in a revolving door of concepts and ideas. What should the show sound like?
Alright, to make the other foot.
What do they do about the ending? As writer Tom Meehan said in an interview with Vanity Fair, the movie is terrific, but it has a lot of flaws. The whole last half hour, it just goes to hell. In the film's climax, the charmingly modest Christmas story turns into something straight out of The Fugitive. Santa becomes locked in a wild chase after his sleigh breaks down from lack of Christmas spirit. In the end, Jovi, Buddy's quirky and shy coworker, gets a crowd of New Yorkers to sing together, helping Santa escape. Not only was the cross-city pursuit too expensive to stage, it also distracted from the more important themes of family, belonging, and the magic of the holidays. In the grand scheme of things, Jovi overcoming her fear with the impromptu Christmas carol provided both a cheaper solution to staging the finale and, all in all, a more satisfying emotional payoff.
22.
After a couple more months, the script finally hit a point where the team needed to see it on its feet. They thought it was funny, but they wouldn't really know until someone else sat down in a chair and acted the piece out loud. Thankfully, Nicholaw knew the funniest man in chair around, Bob Martin. Martin joined his buddy for an early reading of Act 1.
It's always good to have to work with an actor, especially when you're doing a comedy. It's good to work with a comedian when you're to hear the material read as opposed to just thinking of the piece in the abstract. So he asked me to come into the room.
I knew him, and I'm like, guys, we need to get Bob Martin in here because I think he'd be a really funny Buddy the Elf.
I was never going to play Buddy because it would have been, Buddy would have been, first of all, disturbingly old, but also I can't sing very well. But because, I can't keep my mouth shut, I was also offering up ideas and how the story could be improved and whatever.
We were looking for more jokes and stuff in the script because it wasn't as funny as we wanted it to be. And I asked Tom Meehan, I said, what are we going to do to get more jokes? Because Tom was like, I'm not that kind of a playwright with those kind of jokes that we probably need here. And I said, well, what do you think we should do? And he said, I think we should call Bob Martin and see if he'll join us.
Bob Martin walked into Tom Meehan's Greenwich Village home. The walls a collage of original Al Hirschfeld sketches and Annie posters.
That and
Martin didn't know
the
what to
rounded side
expect.
goes.
He'd written Drowsy with some of his closest friends, but now he sat across from Broadway royalty. Something magic happens when two comedians sit across from each other. Call it camaraderie or competition, but each session inevitably turns into a riff session, with each comedian trying their hardest to make the other one laugh. Especially with vastly different comedic styles like Bob Martin and Tom Meehan.
We were just trying to make each other laugh. And there's just no greater pleasure than making someone like Tom Meehan laugh.
After 2 years of outlines and drafts, the musical's momentum abruptly stopped when a huge Hollywood shakeup threatened to put the shelf.
Boo. Alright, put that there.
In February 2008, the 40-year legacy of New Line Cinema rapidly came crashing down. Following a disastrous 5-year string of flop films, Time Warner announced New Line would be folded into Warner Brothers Pictures, leaving 450
3 on the inside, 4 on the outside.
including New Line executive Mark Kaufman. Nobody knew what the future held. Warner Brothers Theater arm, Warner Brothers Theater Ventures, had tried Broadway only once before, with a 2006 vampire musical called Lestat that closed in a month. Everything came down to a reading in November of 2008, with a pair of Warner Brothers executives who weren't exactly jumping up and down about the idea of doing a holiday show. Already working with a severely limited timeline, things got worse when the actress portraying Emily Hobbs, Buddy's stepmom, dropped out at the last second.
Okay, got everything I need to assemble him. Let's do this.
I was like, oh my god, what? She was on vocal rest, and so she couldn't do anything. And so we're like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? And so we called Beth.
The title character in The Drowsy Chaperone, Beth Level answered her phone to an audibly distraught Nicola.
He kind of called me in a panic, going, oh my gosh, can you get in here and read this part of Emily?
And we were like, well, Beth may not really be totally right for this role. And then Beth turned it into the role it is because Beth was Beth.
Went home that night and studied like I was going to take some kind of, bar exam. Because I don't read music very well, so I just studied and studied and studied.
The next day, everyone gathered to present the rough version of Elf the musical. As the cast took their bows, any skepticism Executive Vice President Greg Madej held towards the show vanished, and he immediately started pitching the show to his Warner Brothers colleagues. The way Madej saw it, if it succeeded in New York, it could continue to run annually. If it failed,
Something's gonna break. Fuck.
Tours and licensing. Cautiously, Elf the musical moved forward, pending further consideration from Warner Brothers. The studio agreed to partner back up with New Line's Michael Lynn and Mark Kaufman. Warner Brothers wanted to test the show before committing to a multi-million-dollar production. Putting on a Broadway show is a huge gamble, and to offset the risk, most Broadway-bound musicals do a run of performances outside of New York to work out any kinks. Elf couldn't do that. Putting up a huge Christmas show in July didn't exactly make sense financially or logically. Instead, the team assembled at the new 42 Studios in New York for an intense 6-week lab of sweat and sugar plums.
So we were basically doing it then as a very expensive, ridiculous audition. And I basically built sets out of foam core and a Sharpie. Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
They had mock-up pieces.
I remember how that went on. That's not coming off.
With, the kitchen table or the whales. I mean, it was like an amazing, cheap version of a very expensive set.
For the most part, the script stayed
Okay, I can take that off at least.
Papa Elf narrated, Santa appeared as the supportive big guy, and Buddy messed everything up in the opening number, Happy All the Time. Everything worked great in writing sessions, but the team made an unfortunate realization in these workshops. They spent way too much time in the North Pole.
It was taking us like 30 minutes to get to New York City, and in the first reading, I remember we were like, we just got to get there sooner. So we ended up combining basically the characters of Papa Elf and Santa both into Santa. And then we really worked hard on that, the North Pole.
Fuck.
Because also, we had to have actors on there.
That was hard.
We can't have them doing that for 45 minutes.
In between writing a new opening number, the team
Really should have been assembled
multiple moments from the film that
before putting it all together.
well on stage. One moment in particular.
He's an angry elf.
In the movie, Buddy's dad faces an impossible deadline to deliver a best-selling children's book to his boss by Christmas Eve. Needing a quick solution, he brings in a famous author named Miles Finch, who Buddy repeatedly refers to as an elf.
We did go down the road of writing a Miles Finch character and a Miles Finch song. It just didn't feel right.
Instead of Miles Finch, the idea turned into Buddy's dad finding a rare book written by a deceased author named Charles Smith. A rare, irreplaceable book that Buddy puts into a shredder.
We invented another device that, makes the show more universal and you can do it other places than trying to make a short joke,
The weeks morphed into this blizzard of rewrites and performances, with countless writing sessions sprinkled in between their weekly showings. Everything boiled down to week 6. The final showing for approval in front of the Warner Brothers executives.
So he's always looking kind of downwards. I don't.
Show, but knew that the executives
I could try turning the neck around, but
simple thumbs down.
it's really supposed to go this way.
Everyone waited with fingers crossed as the president of Warner Brothers walked up and asked, "All right, when are we doing this?" Warner Brothers officially announced that Elf the Musical would open on Broadway for the 2010 holiday season. They were just missing one small, teeny thing: an actual cast. After Elf, Will Ferrell completed his ascension from SNL bit player to household name. Ferrell's over-the-top energy and charming innocence made him synonymous with Buddy, meaning whoever put on those curly leather shoes for the musical faced a daunting uphill battle. From Bob Martin to Christian Borle, many an actor read the role during development. When the team went into the actual casting room, they ran each candidate by one main criterion.
Are they Christmassy? We need somebody Christmassy for them.
Enter Sebastian Arcellus. Even though he'd been on Broadway for over 10 years, Arcellus had yet to actually originate a leading role. His contagious enthusiasm, friendly demeanor, and 6-foot stature made him the perfect fit. Arcellus knew he couldn't recreate what Ferrell did on film, and decided to breathe new life into the role by staying honest and earnest. Casting officially wrapped up in late September of 2010. Later that month, the Al Hirschfeld Theater transformed into a giant present just waiting to be unwrapped. Inside, David Rockwell's sets married elements of pop-up books and New York City to create an all-encompassing winter wonderland, further complemented by Greg Barnes' colorful costumes.
Here he is, basically.
3 weeks of Broadway.
So these, more or less, I still need to do the lion head on this side. As you can see, I just totally ignored the regular quote-unquote shoulder pauldron on the left side because that's just not canon. Give the lion tail. I realize it's an action figure, not a full transformer, so he can do whatever he wants, but I can do whatever I want to. So far, I'm really digging this. He looks cool as shit. It's been a fun build. And a couple more things I need to do here. Got his accessories. But so far, so good. Bad dogs again. There's like no instances where they actually have him with that normal shoulder on here. That's kind of funny. All right. Put him off to the side for just a minute while I finish up his accessories. Put him in view of the camera. I'll reach around him, I guess.
Rehearsals and 5 previews, Elf the Musical opened on November 14th, 2010. The holiday spirit and excitement of finally opening the show radiated backstage.
Can I show you the gift that Tom Meehan, God rest his soul, gave us on opening night?
Absolutely.
It says Elf on Broadway, and it's a plate of the North Pole. Isn't that fabulous? And it was a little beautifully wrapped box in my dressing room, and it said something clever because he's Tom Meehan, and then there was this beautiful plate.
thumbs up sign.
The show played to a sold-out audience made up of families, Warner Brothers executives, and the original writer of Elf the movie, David Berenbaum. Berenbaum always thought Mark Kaufman was joking when he said, "Let's turn Elf into a musical." So watching his characters dance and sing songs right in front of him felt surreal. The hordes of families streaming out of the theater unanimously left with smiles on their faces and positive things to say about the show. The critics, on the other hand, were much more divided. Stephen Suskin of Variety applauded the show, stating Elf might have found the key for a yearly Christmas show, while a much icier Charles Isherwood of the New York Times
Alright, finally get to use these cannons and wrap up these sprues.
and tear it down as a generic cash grab. Despite the mixed responses, Elf broke 3 Broadway box office records for the Al Hirschfeld Theater and ranked as the 3rd best-selling show of the winter season. Statistics like that made it easy for producers to start planning the show's return for the following season. Broadway economics, however, had other ideas. The reason it's easier for the Radio City Rockettes and the Nutcracker at Lincoln Center to do annual performances is because their venues are designed to host numerous different acts each year. This means seasonal shows can always count on the space being free come the holidays. Broadway theaters don't have this luxury. Some shows run for 3 months, while others run for 3 years. Not to mention, competition for that real estate is intense, as Elf found out in 2011.
We thought we were coming back the next year, and then a theater was not available, so we had to wait until 2012 to come back.
Unsatisfied with certain moments of the show, Martin, Meehan, Sklar, and Beglin used the time to make adjustments, like bringing back the original opening song, Happy All the Time, in an attempt to better define the musical's overall tone. In her review for the New York Post, critic Elizabeth Vincentelli stated that the show couldn't tell the difference between childlike
Oh shit, I'm supposed to put those around the...
The writing
Oops.
team agreed and keyed in on the overall characterization of Buddy.
When you're in the meat of it and you're putting up the Christmas decorations and you're telling Christmas stories, and it starts to feel like a children's show. And you have to be sure that, well, it isn't actually. Buddy has to be like a frat boy. He has to be a man who's dressed like an elf. But he can't be a child, or else it becomes extremely awkward with Jovi.
1 year and dozens of rewrites later, Elf once again returned to the Al Hirschfeld Theater, with Jordan Gebler assuming the role of Buddy, Leslie Kritzer taking over for Jovi, and Toy Story 2 villain Wayne Knight dressing up as Santa 8 days a week.
Same theater, I had my same dressing room. It was like deja vu, and the cast had changed, so it was like doing a whole new show.
In a surprising move, the New York Times re-reviewed the musical with an even more scathing piece. In just 8 paragraphs, Neil Genslinger bashed the concept of holiday shows, lamented that the musical wasn't the movie, and even went so far as attacking someone's weight. The show faced surprisingly stiff competition the second go-around, going up against a musical adaptation of A Christmas Story and Tom Meehan's crown jewel, Annie, all vying for the ever-important tourist dollar. In 2010, Elf played to an average capacity of 89%. In 2012, it played to just 81%, following the same downward trajectory as other Christmas musicals, like The Grinch in 2007 and White Christmas in 2009. Elf ran for 9 weeks and closed on Broadway one last time on January 6th, 2013. So, how does one turn something like Elf into a musical? The answer is by actively trying to make a story that stands on its own, instead of just copying and pasting the film onto the stage. It's easy to write Elf off because it's
Chrome
a
painted parts,
well-known
that's impressive.
commercial title. But that doesn't mean it requires any less artistry or deserves any less praise. Nary a Christmas Show was in sight on Broadway in 2014. But a few miles south, in the magical land of Millburn, Jersey, Bob Martin started his journey towards the paper mill playhouse.
I don't know. I went through a little bit of a dark time after Elf opened. I had problems with the show and its initial Broadway run and everything. I'm very, very critical of my work. Basically, I think the score is fantastic, but I had issues with the book, and so I was taking the train up to Millburn, and I sort of was looking around me, and all these people were wearing elf hats. I got out of the train and I was walking to the theater and seeing all of these people around, and I couldn't figure out why they were all dressed like that. And then, of course, they were all going to the theater. It's bizarre, but I was not really doing the math in my head. So, and we all sort of filed into the theater, and I felt the energy of this crowd just wanting to be happy and to have this collective Christmas experience.
Finally, okay, this frame is finally done.
And I realized, oh yeah, I mean,
that's been a big space occupier.
Elf does something very specific for people.
The $10 million musical may not have recouped during its first few runs, but it did precisely what Warner Brothers hoped it would. It consistently stays alive through tours, a new UK production, community theaters, and high schools around the globe. If anything, Elf the Musical truly proved
okay, and then the face, yeah.
Christmas cheer is singing loud
for all to hear.
But
oh, that's awesome. That's really good looking.
Did Elf flop? Come to think of it, what even is a Broadway flop? Watch this video to find out.
Actually, I already did watch that video, so I'm not going to humor you. Okay. Now this piece is not labeled, but I think, no. That's it. This is 20. This is 16. So there's lots of there. I can't tell what's supposed to be here because I didn't number this piece. I think it's this. It's something that makes sense to me. But oh. It's the thing I did a bit ago. Where did I put that? There. Okay. I see. Okay. Just rolled off my knife. I like my knife. It's a good knife. is. Okay, that's the shield done. Let's make a sword. Sword blade. E2, 3, 2 of E2, 3, these bits. Okay. There and there. Okay. And that. And it's saying there's more. 12 and 13. S. What's an S? I don't have an S. Is that my stickers? I see. Okay, some stickers. Okay, so the stickers go on the sword blade there. Oh, okay, and it was labeling the... Okay. Oh, wait, told me where to put the stickers, I see. Let me get my tweezers. Okay, that's one. Do this other one. Let me start from the tip on this one.
Verdicts scribe. Gonna clean ferret cage and head to bed.
That's fine. I'm basically done here. I'll post pictures. I always say that. I don't always follow through. I'll try to be better about that. But yeah, I'm basically done here. Just gotta put this. Probably get better. I think is good enough for that. Okay. Alright, let's put the sword together. There's a sword. Let's put the stickers on the rest of this dude. So let's start with the obvious one. The maximal symbol will go on the chest there. Might have made it worse here. Okay, 2. It's a green dot that goes somewhere on your chest. There? Not a fan of that. That's going to peel off. For all the complimenting I did about the part separation. 1, 2, 7, and 8. Ooh, some tiny orange bits there. Unfortunate. Tiny sticker. I guess the one upside to these stickers is that they are generally not noticeable, like not very obvious places, so you can do without them. Ugh. I think I've ruined this one. Fuck that little tiny ass sticker. Start from the small end. Okay. Oh, it's got a sheath as well. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay, let me go and put on something else. This is taking longer than I thought it would.
Although LEGO has produced over 4 billion minifigures as of 2022, some minifigures have been produced in extremely limited quantities, while others have been made from materials far more expensive than plastic. Today, we'll be counting down the top 15 most valuable LEGO minifigures. You may be surprised when you find out how much money and wealth is behind some of these collectibles. The minifigures in this video are worth thousands of dollars, so be sure you stick around to see how ridiculously expensive minifigures can be. In 15th place is the 2012 New York Toy Fair exclusive Iron Man minifigure that sells for approximately $1,400. This was the very first Iron Man minifigure ever released by LEGO, and also it's the only version that features a printed helmet directly on the headpiece. It's quite an iconic minifigure, but also extremely rare. You see, only 125 copies of this Iron Man minifigure were ever made. In fact, this minifigure was also released alongside an exclusive Captain America minifigure at the same toy fair. However, this minifigure currently goes for about $500 less, coming in at $900. It doesn't quite make the top 15 in this list, but nonetheless, it's worth an honorable mention because that's still a ridiculously expensive piece of plastic. In 14th place is the 2010 prototype George Lucas LEGO minifigure. Selling for around $2,600, it's a prototype replica of the legendary Star Wars director. This particular minifigure was made for display at the 2010 Star Wars weekends held at the Disney theme parks. Here's the thing though, it's unknown how many of these prototypes were even made. However, the number has got to be incredibly small because they're almost never seen on the secondary market. I wouldn't be surprised if there were less than 10 in existence, and of course, they are both highly collectible and highly sought after by LEGO and Star Wars fans. Next up in 13th place is Mr. Gold, who currently sells for approximately $3,000.
Oh, that's what this is for, okay.
The series of the LEGO collectible minifigures line, only 5,000 of these chrome minifigures were ever produced. Now, that may sound like quite a high number, but you'd be surprised how rarely they ever show up for sale. And when they do, they really sell for big bucks. Mr. Gold is covered pretty appropriately in golden chrome, giving him an amazingly shiny finish. In fact, the only parts that aren't chrome are the white gloves and the tip of his staff, which serve as a color accent for the minifigure. You'll have to be super lucky to find Mr. Gold out there in the wild, but with that being said, he's actually the easiest minifigure to get hold of.
Okay, and the sword goes into the sheath like that. That's really cool, actually.
We come to the orange prototype test run of C-3PO. Released in 1999, this minifigure prototype currently sells for $3,900. As with the George Lucas prototype that we previously looked at, it's unknown how many of these C-3POs were ever made, but it's safe to assume that the numbers are extremely low. Looks-wise, though, he's nothing special. The plain orange body and legs don't feature any detailing or printing, and the only new piece is the slightly updated head. Still, it's a very cool relic of the LEGO minifigure design process, and a milestone in creating the LEGO C-3PO that we all know and love to this very day. There's definitely a thriving market for prototypes.
Okay, so these go on the sword, okay.
Work-in-progress looking minifigures. In 11th place, we have the solid silver Boba Fett minifigure, which sells for currently around $8,400. Released in 2010, this promotional piece was limited to a run of only 2 minifigures. That's right, you heard me correctly, 2. One was given away in a pack at the 2010 San Diego Comic-Con, and the other at the 2010 Star Wars Celebration held in Orlando, Florida. Now, made of solid silver, it was a replica of the standard Boba Fett minifigure at the time. The only difference is the material, but wow, what a difference that material makes, especially to its price. This definitely is one of those minifigures that collectors dream about owning. And considering that Boba Fett is one of the most beloved Star Wars characters of all time, it's no wonder that people would be clamoring to add this LEGO minifigure to their collection. Up next, in 10th place, is another Boba Fett, this time in solid bronze. Again, limited to a run of only 2 minifigures, the last one sold for a whopping $18,300, and good luck trying to get that price the next time around because these have almost never been sold online, so the next time one of these 2 pops up, you betcha you're going to be paying more than that. This Boba Fett was given away as part of the 2010 May the 4th promotion at the LEGO shop. All you had to do was make an order from the online store, and there was a chance, albeit a very, very slim one, that your order would ship with one of these Boba Fetts included as a free surprise gift. Boba Fett is on a crazy run here because, once again, at number 9, we're sticking with that Boba Fett theme. In 9th place, we have the solid 14-karat gold Boba Fett. That's right, a minifigure made out of 14-karat gold.
Weird that the silver one is less expensive than the bronze one. I thought silver was more valuable.
Again, any one that we sold nowadays would probably be even more. However, you'd have a higher chance of finding an actual gold nugget digging in your backyard than finding this minifigure for sale on the secondary market. It's incredibly rare and a very, very valuable minifigure without a doubt. In 8th place is the solid 14 karat gold C3PO, and this one goes for around $26,000. With only 5 available worldwide, it was announced in the March to April 2007 edition of the LEGO magazine that they would be placed in random boxes of the latest LEGO Star Wars sets at the time. Featuring an engraved chess piece, if you melted this minifigure down and weighed it in, you'd find that the gold was only worth around $2,700. However, the fact is that it's such an iconic Star Wars character, and of course extremely limited in production quantity, results in this gold minifigure being extremely valuable, and clearly the demand for this figure is significantly higher than the total available supply. In 7th place is another droid, C3PO's counterpart and best friend, a solid silver R2-D2. Coming in at approximately $28,700, there are only 10 of these available worldwide. So while your chances of being able to get a hold of one are slightly higher than some of the minifigures on this list, the chances are still very slim to none. They were originally obtained through contests throughout 2017, although LEGO must have held some back because there have been reports of people randomly winning them as late as 2019 and 2020. Coming in 6th place is the solid bronze C3PO. There was a 2007 San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. This bronze bad boy will set you back around $32,000 if you manage to get your hands on the only one in existence. That's right, there's only one and one only when it comes to this minifigure. Detail-wise, it looks fantastic, and while it doesn't quite have the sparkle and shine of the gold and silver minifigures, the magic comes with the exclusivity. And if you own this solid bronze C3PO, you can be absolutely sure that no one else in the world does. And for your chances of getting hold of this minifigure, well, I'm not even sure if C3PO himself could tell you those odds. In 5th place is the solid platinum R2-D2 minifigure. Yup, solid platinum. We're getting crazy here. If you ever wanted this one, well, you're looking at a rough estimate of around $33,400, and that's just the last one that was sold. With a super limited run of only 5 ever made, it was only available in 2018 through a contest run by LEGO themselves. In fact, only 2 of them could be won via the contest, with the other 3 appearing in the wild at some point, perhaps given to employees or friends of the company. Still, it's a gorgeous-looking, super detailed minifigure that any self-respecting LEGO or Star Wars fan would love to have in their collection. Also, a platinum LEGO minifigure just sounds so premium to me. I mean, platinum seems like the cream of the crop, especially when it comes to minifigures. In 4th place, we have the solid silver C3PO minifigure from the 2007 Star Wars Celebration in Los Angeles, California. Coming in at around $34,500, you can only get your hands on this one-of-a-kind minifigure by entering a contest that was to be drawn at the end of the event. Like many of the other precious metal C3POs on this list, the attention to detail in the engraved body is incredible, and really has that premium look to it. And hey, that's because it is, and you'd be paying a lot of money for it. That's right, we've hit the top 3 now, and in 3rd place is the 2010 San Diego Comic-Con Boba Fett 3-pack. Now, it may be kind of a cheat to include a 3-pack, but hey, many times these minifigures are actually sold all in a set or a bundle, so we're just gonna roll with it. Plus, a lot of the value in this combo is the display frame. This is one of the most sought-after LEGO Star Wars minifigure sets ever, commanding a price of $36,500. The white plastic Boba Fett minifigure is actually pretty common, but it still does go for around $100 to $200 on its own, and that's before you combine it with the incredible-looking solid silver and gold version. In 2nd place, we have the solid white gold R2-D2. It's the only one of its kind in the world, and the solid white gold
So an alternate hip skirt, okay.
$49,500. That's crazy. This minifigure was won by a single, very lucky raffle winner of the May the 4th prize draw that you could enter by purchasing this Millennium Falcon set. This is the absolutely holy grail for so many LEGO minifigure collectors out there. The chances of you ever seeing it with your own 2 eyes are microscopically slim to none, but still this is the most valuable LEGO droid. We finally reached the most valuable LEGO minifigure. In 1st place is the official LEGO Ninjago movie wooden Master Root prop. The price? Okay, are you ready? A mind-boggling $104,500. That's the exact price that one was sold for, which is just insane. This minifigure doesn't have 4 arms or magical powers, but yet it was used as a prop in the LEGO Ninjago movie. In fact, you can actually see Jackie Chan holding one of the minifigures in the movie scenes. There were 4 of these minifigures constructed out of the finest dark wood, waxed from the lines in the hat, the curls in the beard. The attention to detail is crazy. Which of these minifigures is your favorite? And if you had enough money, would you buy any of these? Also, if you enjoyed this video, let me know with a like rating and subscribe for more LEGO content. You can click a video on screen now to watch more.
How is this supposed to work? Ready for this wire inside the cape to help it pose, so that's good. That didn't really attach too well, does it? Oh, I see how it's supposed to go. I realize I'm off camera right now, I'm sorry. I also realize I don't really have much of an audience right now, so whatever. Just trying to figure out how to attach this cape. I think I got that the wrong way around. I did get that the wrong way around. Look at this again. Oh, so ultimately... Okay, that's better. Okay, there we go. Okay, then I've got the option of alternate shoulder pieces or wrist pieces for the lion head. I'll put that here. Put it in there first. Okay, of course, got the option of the alternate hand, the alternate claw. What's this alternate blue piece here? G113 doesn't go anywhere that I can see. It's not a duplicate of anything, so it has to go somewhere. Oh! Next to back of the fucking head. Okay, that's what that went. That's that piece accounted for. Okay. That'll probably serve to make the head even more weirdly shaped. Okay. Alright. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. There's one extra shoulder piece there that I don't need. That's fine. This can be used to hold the shield. No. This is used to go in the... Put it on a stand, I see. So that would come out. And you put that in there. Yeah, and then you got a stand peg. Okay. Alright, that's just a couple. That's done. Okay. Alright. I have everything. Except this. I can pull this off just to have a duplicate. I don't really need it. Same for this one. And this part. Alright, and that is Leo Prime. Lio Convoy. Intimidating. So the lion head can be positioned a bit. You can take this paw off, put this on. After I clean it up a little bit. So you've got 3 ways you can display the lion head. Of course, one's on the shoulder there. One is on the claw. You can mount it lower if you prefer. Have it more of a traditional shield. Because that follows his arm. Let's get the range of motion this guy's got. That's not supposed to happen. On his arm there, or he can hold it. No. Well, yes, he can hold it as a shield traditionally. And of course, I haven't even showed him holding the sword, which I should probably do. So much motion in this. I can't even begin to. So I'll be lucky if I'm able to capture half of its range of motion here. I've still got some stickers unaccounted for. 11 mainly. 9, 10, and 11. Let's see. Oh, they go on the lion head. 9, 10. I think I saw 11 somewhere. I'll have to find that later. It's good and hidden in here. Alright, well, anyway. Let me, real quick, pose him with a sword. Oh, that's where those hands come apart. Okay. I swear to God, if I break this trying to pull it off. Put the sword in his hand. Ooh, that is one sexy robot. Alright, let me show this off for the camera. Can't really do much with this cloak here. That came off where it's supposed to be attached to. That's part of the problem. Can I fix that real quick? I can try. The wire just poked out. Balls. There, have your hand go. Right there. Okay. I'm not a fan of that design. I get why they did it, but it really could have been better. God damn it. That hand is really going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? The pain in the hand and the cloak together. Not a great combination. I am learning. That's unusual. Ooh, that's stressing already. Okay. There he is. Flame Toys, Leo Prime, Lio Convoy. Take your pick. So much possibility to see what I can actually do with it, especially with stuff popping off like that. Like, I get that it's a model kit, not an action figure, but I don't know, there's some questionable choices here. Overall, happy with it, but definitely some concessions to be made, I guess. Alright, I'll post pictures of this online. I gotta get to bed. It's late. Alright, thank you everybody for coming to my stream. If you're watching the replay, thank you. I am on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Replays will be on my YouTube channel, King_Kuga, or no, I think it's just King Kuga, King Space Kuga. Twitch is King_Kuga. Facebook is, if you don't know my Facebook, then you're not getting it from me. Yeah, thank you for coming out. Have a great night, and I'll be around.